From the Angels in Anaheim, the Orioles road trip continues. The Birds are now in Houston. It's the middle stop of this three-city road trip. And they turn to their hottest pitcher on the club. Chris Tillman has recorded a win in each of his last 5 starts and has struck out 6 batters in each. It's the O's and Astros up next on Massey. It's the Orioles on Masson. We're at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. And tonight the Orioles take on the Astros. It's the opening game in this 3-game series. And hi, everyone. I'm Jim Hunter. The Orioles tonight begin the middle portion of a very challenging 3-city road trip. Last Thursday, the Birds left Baltimore, traveled to Los Angeles, 3,000 miles for 3 games in the Western time zone. Now they're in Houston for a 3-game series in the Central time zone before finishing it out this weekend in Cleveland back in the Eastern time zone. And, of course, winning on the road is a challenge, but it's also critical for a team that hopes to contend. Go back to 2014. The Orioles 14-8-5 in their series on the road. That was tied for 3rd best in Major League Baseball, and they won 46 games on the road that year, tied for 3rd. But last year they slipped, just 17th in series on the road. You see 34 wins. That slipped as well. Now this year they are 3-3 on their road series so far. That's only 14th. However, they have won their last 2. And even though the road record stands at just 9-8, they have won 5 of the last 6 games on the road, and they bring that in here tonight. And Jim Palmer, over the course of the year, you play half the games on the road. It is very important. At a minimum, you have to hold your own. But if you can get some big wins early on, it really helps contending over the course of the year.
Well, it does. And we saw last year the difference, the contrast of what happened in 2014. Again, the Orioles have played the least amount of games on the road, so they would certainly want to do that. You know, it's funny, all the teams that lead their divisions are 5-6, or like Seattle, who came into Baltimore and won 2 out of 3. They're 11 games over 500, so what do they have in common? They're able to win both home and road. The Red Sox, the Orioles virtual tie. Pretty much the Red Sox are 11-8 on the road. So the Orioles, you come here, you always worry about a team that's not playing well. They've lost 4 in a row. 10-13 better here than at home, but you want to continue it. The Orioles did win 2 out of 3 in California, the big Saturday night game where Wieters hit the home run to the opposite field to win 3-1.
So the Orioles tonight open up the series, as Jim said, against a struggling team after a day off yesterday. And when we come back, Buck Showalter and the birthday celebration as he turns 60. Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. It is a muggy late afternoon in Houston, Texas. Threat of storms in the area, so the roof will be closed tonight. Yesterday, the Orioles enjoyed a day off here, and Buck Showalter got to celebrate his 60th birthday on a day off. Since 2012, more wins in the American League than any other manager with 381. 484 wins, third all-time with the O's, and he is sixth in wins among active managers with their current team. Now let's listen into some very nice birthday tributes to the skipper as he turned 60.
Happy 60th birthday, Buck. I appreciate you sharing the last 5 or 6 years of not just yourself, but your family with myself and my family. You've taught me a lot in the last 5, 6 years, and hopefully we can get you a ring to complete this legacy.
Hey, Buck. Happy 60th. Hope you enjoy your cheap coffee, your early bird special, and your bingo from here on out.
Hey, Buck, just want to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Happy birthday, Buck. You don't look a day over 40.
Buck, just want to say happy birthday to you. Man, that must be a lot of candles on that cake.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Hey, Skipper. Happy 60th birthday. I hope I'm still in the dugout when I'm your age.
Hey, Buck, happy birthday. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Happy birthday, Skip.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Hey, Buck. Just wanted to wish you happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Happy birthday, Buck.
60 years of wisdom. Wow. Happy birthday. You don't look a day over 59.
Well, 59 and a half. Happy birthday, Buck.
Happy birthday.
You know, the good news is you're 60. You know, I know you've been in baseball about 39 years. The bad news is you're actually in your 61st year. So best of health. Just hope you continue to be happy, and the best of all that I can offer to you and your family.
Buck, I think generally we both prefer not acknowledging each other's birthdays, but the wheels are in motion, and it's too late. You seem to be too important to those who know you. You're the best manager I've ever seen. Your abilities have changed the course of this organization, as well as resurrected the entire city's belief in our team. On a personal level, you've become one of my best friends. And you've had a positive influence on my daughter's life, for which I'm forever grateful. She still refers to her Converse tennis shoes as her Buck Taylors. I also realize that preparing daily like you do and the importance you place on winning creates an enormous amount of stress in your life, but I hope you can keep that in perspective and realize that it's all worth it, knowing the positive impact you have on people on and off the field. So happy birthday. I know it's against your nature, but try to enjoy this one.
Happy birthday, Buck. Big number 60. We are all very happy to have you here in Baltimore. And thank you very much for restoring Orioles magic. Good luck the rest of the way.
Happy birthday from the bookends, Buck.
We hope you have a great number 60.
Hey, Buck, happy 60th. Not too far behind you, but I hope you have a great day, and wishing you a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Feliz cumpleaños, Buck.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Hey, Buck, from the hitting coaches, we just want to wish you a happy 60th birthday.
Happy birthday, Buck.
Feliz cumpleaños, Buck. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to the guy that I get to see smile more than anyone else.
Well, the montage nicely put together by Orioles Productions. They did an outstanding job, and everybody looked thrilled to be part of that, almost as if you rehearsed.
Except Buck. No, I think he embraced this more than Bobblehead Day last year. So again, so many true words spoken there. I mean, heartfelt because he has turned this franchise around. I mean, he certainly had help doing it, but I thought that Brady, Cal touched on, and everybody touched on the fact that the fandom. I mean, that's why when you play, when you broadcast, you're here because people actually watch the Orioles. So I think people think that the Orioles certainly are a viable force in the American League East, and that's kind of started when he came back, in the late 2010.
Yeah, when Andy McPhail hired Buck, immediately the culture of the franchise began to change. Andy stayed a few years after that, and now Dan Duquette, of course, has partnered with Buck, and they have done a tremendous job with player depth. And if there's an option that makes the team better, they're not afraid to make the option, make the move.
Yeah, he's got his pulse. I mean, he's got his finger on the pulse of everything. I mean, not much goes by Mr. Buck.
Yeah, so, and I thought what Brady said in there probably was the most telling of everything. The most prepared manager and how much time he spends on the what if just to get an edge. May not happen during the game, but it might. And if it does happen during the game, the Orioles are ready.
Well, I think in all respect, I mean, to all managers, they try to prepare. It's just, you know, Buck has the ability, and, you know, Earl Weaver had a lot to do to get guys on the same page. And, you know, I think it probably one of the talents he has that's maybe underappreciated is, you know, by the preparation and the fact that he is a good guy, and I think the guys know it, they are highly motivated to win.
Well, you see the grounds rules meeting going a little bit longer. There's a lot of quirks in this ballpark, and it looks like Buck wanted to get an explanation again. What if something hits there? What if something hits there? Here's the Orioles Southwest Airlines starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. For the Orioles, Rickard, Machado, and Jones, with Davis, Trumbo, and Wieters. Alvarez, Scope, and Flaherty rounded out Matt Wieters' 4-game hitting streak. How about 563, 9 out of 16 with a couple of home runs.
Yeah, and Doug Fister, 32-year-old right-hander. So he has been pitching very well. If you look at the overall record, well, not that good, but 3-0 in the month of May. He's won as many as any of the other starters. You know, he gives you a chance to win. He's 6'8", throws the ball downhill. Buck Showalter, you know, was a minor league player, and he said, boy, it's hard when somebody's 6'8", you know, he's throwing down. The bat usually has some lift. You can see lefties hit Fister better. You know, he's had pretty good career numbers against the Orioles. Hasn't pitched against the O's for a while because he went to the National League. But again, you know, he's a control guy, and he's very much like Chris Tillman. They're both on a roll. What, 6 quality starts for him? Until he's coming off 5 straight wins. And so this ought to be a nice little pitching duel here tonight.
There's A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Houston Astros. They are a struggling team, and they've been struggling even going back to last year when they eventually became the #2 wild card team. Here's Joey Rickard, 3 out of 12 on the trip, including a home run, and ball 1 gets us underway.
Yeah, he's not a hard thrower. You know, 85, 86. Got all the pitches. There's the changeup. Turns it over a little bit. You know, it's amazing. Joey Rickard, Rule 5 player. I mean, when you look at Matt Schumacher with what, the 13 strikeouts. Probably never saw a split like that in the minor leagues. How many 6'8" pitchers that are command guys did you ever see coming up through A-ball, AA? About 90 bats at AAA.
2-2 on the foul ball.
Yeah, kind of an intimate park here. You do have room to pitch to kind of deep right center and left center as you look at the highest averages among the youngsters.
Our Maryland Live Casino inside the numbers. You see Joey Rickard on the leaderboard for rookies right in the middle there with batting average, and he just did get a piece. Wow, that was close.
Well, big slow curveball.
And a bouncer. That is a foul ball. Just foul down the line. Doug Fister out of Merced, California in his 8th season. It's an interesting pitching matchup tonight. Both Doug Fister and Chris Tillman were drafted by Seattle in the same draft in 2006. Tillman was the 2nd round pick. He was a high school pitcher. And Fister, a college pitcher, came in the 7th round. Here they are facing each other for different teams tonight. And another foul ball by Rickard. Joey's got 10 multi-hit games, 42 base hits. And he has become a regular on this team, either in right field or left field. And he pops up the slow curveball. That's out in shallow left. The shortstop Correa's there. And one away. The Rickard battle. That was an 8-pitch at bat to begin the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Doug Fister watched the film of Jared Weaver on Sunday. If you look at the Astros defense, Kemp, Rasmussen, Springer, Moran, Correa, Altuve, Valbuena, and then Jason Castro, the veteran behind the plate tonight.
Here's Manny Machado batting second. Manny is looking for a doink, a broken bat hit, a seeing eye single, a worm burner, anything. He is 0 for his last 10 with 6 strikeouts. And he is 4 for his last 37. That's a 108 clip.
And with 12 strikeouts.
Line down the line and just foul.
Well, he can hit the ball when he's got that approach to right field about as well as anybody. And we're going to see Jose Altuve, who is also a dynamic hitter that uses the whole field. Correa, the shortstop, the same way, but Manny could drill the ball to right field, and what gets away from that, it's easier to pitch to him. And we saw, and of course, Seattle has very good pitching. They're in the top 2, 3 in the American League. Shoemaker made fabulous pitches, had the great splitter going. Santiago, you couldn't tell, he didn't last long enough. He got thrown out in the 3rd inning in Anaheim.
And fights that one off to stay alive.
And Manny's no different than anybody else. I mean, if you're pitching and they keep hitting what you think are quality pitches, you lose confidence. And you do all your work, and boy, when you start getting something to show for it, and that's been a little bit difficult lately, the confidence ebbs a little bit. It's the way this game is.
Manny was part of the large group out for early BP today. And there's a good take. Well, the 4 for 37, he has dropped out of the top 10 in hitting. But he is still 10th in base hits with his 53 and tied for 3rd in home runs with 12. And another good take.
Yeah, Dana Demuth doing the home plate umpiring, so we'll see. It appears to me he's going to make the pitchers throw the ball over the plate. Maybe not give them the peripheral strikes.
Check swing and a breaking ball appeal. He did not go, so there's a nice walk. And Manny Machado earns it.
So, yeah, deep counts to both of the first hitters. Rickard, of course, that's what he does, and that's what they're looking at. And he did not even close to going on that swing.
So a 7-pitch at bat for Manny there, and he draws the walk. And here's Adam Jones. Adam at 238 for the year. He's got a modest 2-game hitting streak going. And in the past 2 games, going 2 for 8, he snapped out of an 0 for 15. So the hope is Adam is starting to find the stroke.
Yeah, he's also, what, 2 for 23? So it's been a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, well, just, as a former pitcher, you kind of watch the way guys go about it, and then you see where they hit the ball. When Adam starts using right field, not that he hasn't hit some home runs, he got some breaking balls up in Minnesota, hit the game winner off Verlander, fastball, he was up and away, but his approach is back up the middle right field, and it just allows him to stay on pitches a little bit longer.
Grounded to 3rd, could be 2. Moran to 2nd, Altuve back to 1st, and scooped out on the back end by Valbuena. There's a 5-4-3 double play, and that'll end the inning. So the Orioles go down. Astros coming to bat. Tillman going to work. a Maryland flag shirt and a Maryland flag, what would you call that? Shawl? A Maryland flag shawl? Yeah. I love it. Let's get a look at the Astros lineup for tonight. Springer leads off, then Jose Altuve. Well, he hits every month, especially this month, 354. Correa, Rasmussen, Gaddis with Castro catching, then Moran, the rookie, Valbuena, and another rookie, Kemp, in left field.
So that lineup will face Chris Tillman. He's won his last 5, 6 quality starts in a row. A lot, fastball maybe not as much as last year. Probably was in the 60% range, but he's got a slider, curveball, changeup to go with it. Great numbers. 6-1. His only loss was down in the state of Texas. That was Dallas, where he had a 2-1 lead going into the 6th inning. Numbers against righties and lefties low. Can't run against him. Only attempted 1. Weren't successful, and they don't hit a lot of home runs against him. Wow.
This is badly outside. 1-0 on Springer, who's not exactly your prototypical leadoff hitter. But they like that if he can get on base, as you see the shift against him. With the scope on the other side. As Altuve's a real good contact hitter, and he's on deck, so he follows Springer. Tillman misses outside again, 2-0.
They're by 2 to 3 feet, which is a little unsettling. I mean, to get 9 warm-ups, I didn't see any of them go that far out. And now all of a sudden, George Springer, a little power, he's looking fastball. Let's see what he gets.
Pops it up foul, back out of play.
Yeah, I think, you were talking about the fact that they started out talking about the Astros 18-7 last year. Run all kinds of numbers. They then went 68 and 69. Did get to the division series. The bullpen wasn't particularly good. Bullpen wasn't particularly good the last 2 months. But they're also talking about when you get the 2-0 fastball like George Springer got, those are the pitches you have to hit.
He hits that, but he's out in front, and then it's well foul.
And there's a changeup. Again, it's not a good one, but the fact that it was 84 instead of 89 to 95, which is kind of the fastball range for Chris Tillman, does get Springer out in front. So now you get back into the count. And this is why Chris Tillman has been able to be so good. If you're hitting against him, you have no idea what's coming. 4 pitches to use this year.
And foul ball on the 2-2 pitch. Well, Tillman's been on a tear. He's won 5 consecutive starts since April 27th. And his ERA in that span, 1.62. Just amazing numbers. Just 6 runs on 22 hits in 33rd and a third innings. And another 2-2 to Springer. A little bit low, ball 3.
Yeah, so there's 94, just a tad off the outside corner.
Now, when the top of the inning ended, as Pfister was walking back to the dugout, he took a little detour and had a few words with Dana DeMuth. I think he felt there were a couple of pitches he didn't get. And the Astros started trying to plant the seed. Weak ground ball at third, charging Flaherty, plays a tough hop and throws on the run to get his man. That was a tough play. And Flaherty makes it for the out, 1 man down.
It's such a reflex position as we look at the Orioles defense here in Houston. And it shows because of the high box. Rickard, Jones, and Trumbo. That's your outfield. Flaherty, Machado, Scope, and Davis, and then Matt Wieters behind the plate, playing a little more regularly. Off day yesterday, didn't play on Sunday. But again, you play third base, boy, you don't have a whole lot of time to pick your hop. So we've seen a lot of nice plays by Ryan Flaherty.
Breaking ball is a little high to Altuve. Now, Altuve, it's amazing. It shows you anybody can play baseball if you have the ability. They list him at 5'6". There's no way he's 5'6".
No, he plays like he's about 7 feet tall. He's that good.
He is 6th in the league in batting. Now look, Wieters on his knees is almost as tall as Altuve.
Well, he's a little guy. The guy that Freddie Potok from Kansas City wasn't as good a player. He had 200 hits last year, 225 the year before.
Sky to center field for Jones. Adam has it in sights. And 2 away here in the Astros' first inning. Wayne Kirby at the back end of today's early batting practice session was working with Adam in center field. Adam, I think, wanted to get used to the sight lines here and the throws to the bases. And Adam had company out there. Manny Machado and Jonathan Scope wanted to see, well, what's it like to be out here?
Well, we know Adams, came up as a shortstop. He always would like to be an infielder.
If Manny could only have fun. Now 2 down. Here's Carlos Correa. Rookie of the year last year. Slow curveballs high. Now when the Astros were taking BP and you were over behind the cage chatting with some of the Astros folks, I saw Correa walk over to you, and I was curious because they say, boy, this kid is just big, and he's taller than you. I was curious about that. I walked over just to check it out, and he is tall. 21 years old, doesn't turn 22 until September.
Well, we used to be the same height, but now that I am 49 years older than him. He comes from Ponce, Puerto Rico, so we were talking about Puerto Rico.
Flaherty gets a nice hop, and Tillman has a very strong 3-up, 3-down start as the Astros go in order in the first. We'll head to the second at Minute Maid Park. Birds come to bat. No score. Memorial Day with us at Oriole Park, where the Birds are back home on Monday. The Red Sox are in town. It's a showdown, 1:35 on Memorial Day. All fans will receive an Orioles Memorial Day t-shirt. So kick off the unofficial start of summer and honor our nation's heroes while enjoying a great afternoon of baseball at Oriole Park. For your tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. It will be the opener of a 4-game series. Chris Davis takes a strike. Trumbo and Wieters will follow. An 18-pitch first inning for Pfister as you see Davis with 10 home runs, tied for 9th in the American League in the home runs.
Yeah, 5 for 13 with a couple of home runs. Alvarez also hits him well, 5 for 9. Adam Jones, as you mentioned, 353. Another fastball. You give up on it because he'll run that 2-seamer at you if you're left-handed, and just that little left to right movement. And you try to run it in on the inside corner, and here they come again. And again, it's only going to be 86, 87. But it's the height advantage and the fact he does throw downhill when he's pitching well. And he's got change up and big curveball to go with it. You could see tainted the booth almost. We saw some really unusual strike zones. Brent Strom, the pitching coach, looking on. I mean, almost the arm went up there. But the strike zones out in California, they were all over the place.
Yeah, it's tough as a hitter when you feel like you have your knowledge of your strike zone, and then you take a pitch you believe is a ball, and it's called the strike.
Well, same thing with Santiago. That's how he got tossed. There you go.
There's a leadoff walk and another deep count by an Oriole batter. Let's get a look at our Jeep inside the numbers, and Doug Pfister, he has been their starter in May. 3-0 for Pfister with a very good ERA. The rest of the staff 3-7 with a high ERA.
Yeah, they they struggled in April, and they got off to not the start they wanted, and they were 10-6 till they lost 4 in a row, and he was a big part of that. It's kind of a weird year for him. He kept looking at the scoreboard. They played the Rangers 6 times. They're 0-6. 3 of those games are 2-1 losses, but they already have 10 one-run losses.
Yeah, they're 5-10 in games decided by a run. That's an extraordinary number. 15 one-run games already. And a good take.
And you would think if you were A.J. Hinch, and the writers were very negative here because of the great start they had last year, you would think you'd be able to present to your team if you were a manager that, hey, all we need to do is hit a little bit better, maybe get some clutch hits or pitching, and all of a sudden everything changes.
Could be 2. Altuve gets it to Correa wide of the bag, and Trumbo hustling down beats the throw. A little slow on the front end of that because of the big bounce, and Trumbo hustling down the line.
Yeah, the fact that the ball's away, you get out of the box a little bit better, and there's a high throw, so he's got to reach for it. Remember the new rules. You have to make sure that you're on the bag if you're a middle infielder. That in the neighborhood call. And if he came off a little bit earlier, they may not have gotten anybody. So he makes sure he gets the lead running.
Everybody's standing around out there to see if A.J. Hinch may want to challenge. And they're deciding not to challenge, so that'll go as a fielder's choice. Yep, and he beat it. There's the ball. There's the foot. So 4-6 on the fielder's choice, and here is the red-hot Matt Wieters. And he'll take a strike. Matt is hitting 4 in a row to get that batting average up to its current 283. Now with 4 home runs and 16 RBIs. He has 3 consecutive multi-hit games, and of course had the game-winning 9th inning home run. Orioles trailed 1-0 in the 9th, and with 2 men down, a single by Chris Davis, then a walk to Mark Trumbo, and Wieters hit it out the opposite way. And on his 30th birthday, hit a game-winning home run.
He was actually 30 in a day if you want to go Baltimore time, but it was a late. I thought Tom Davis is, when he came to Tom coming on the post-game show, the shot that woke up Baltimore.
Yep.
Well, what a clutch home run that was.
Well, over an extended period, Matt Wieters, Jim, has been on some kind of a tear over his last 8 games. Very, very steady.
Yeah, again, I mean, home runs everywhere, more comfortable. You got to understand, he only got he got up 258 times last year, 104, I think, the year before. Remember when Victor Martinez hurt his knee and missed the whole year? It took him almost 2-3 months to get back into gear last year. It was an elbow operation, Tommy John surgery for that, but you got to get your timing. And, he's a big guy. He is a switch hitter. That means you got to hit from both sides of the plate, which can be an advantage, but it's also difficult to sometimes get your timing from both sides of the plate. Those numbers may indicate that.
And a swing and a miss.
Yeah, there's your curveball. Yeah, a little hook at 71. That's like 15 miles per hour slower than his fastball. It just took, well located and the perfect off-speed pitch. He was ahead in the count, didn't have to throw a strike, and just threw it close enough to get Matt to chase.
There's Pedro Alvarez. Pedro DHing tonight. Batting average has slipped to 191, so below 200. He started Saturday in Anaheim and took an 0-for-4. And a foul off his foot. So you're calling the Wieters home run the shot that woke up Baltimore?
No, Tom Davis did.
Oh.
When I was waiting to do the post game.
What was funny about that is that here it's a tremendously uplifting win for the Orioles. Devastating loss for the Angels Saturday night. Sunday morning at Mass at the ballpark, Mike Scioscia came in and he said to the priest, "Father, I got to admit to you, when that Wieters homer and cleared the wall, I said some bad words." And the priest said to him, "Well, Skip, if you'd like, I can hear your confession after Mass." And Scioscia looked at him and said, No, I feel better already. Let's go." So one swing of the bat. tremendous uplift on the one side, devastating on the other side.
Oh, that's what baseball's all about. I mean, all you got to do is look at the bench for the Orioles. It was a bench of elation. Oh, you're down 1-0.
Down to your final out.
Down to your final out. Chris Davis hits a single. Trumbo walks and leaders with a home run. Nice play by Castro right there. That saves you a runner in scoring position. And you know the way Tillman's pitching, and the way Fister is pitching, those are important plays. But the ability to keep the ball in front of you as a catcher. You try to backhand it, just slid in front of it.
So 2-2 on Pedro, and upstairs ball 3. So from 0-2 to a full count.
Well, you get to run now, and it's a big deal. And you know, Mark Trumbo's not slow, but he's not a fast guy, big guy. So the gapper. Sometimes that's the difference between scoring or not.
Trumbo goes, and it's upstairs ball 4. So a nice at bat there by Pedro. After falling behind 0-2, he works a 2-out walk. That is 3 walks already. I think the Orioles are taking something from the Astros book of approach. The Astros lead the American League in drawing walks. Fister's already walked 3, which is amazing because his command of the strike zone is as good as anybody.
Well, he's averaged like what, 1.77 for his career. But this is a pretty intimidating lineup, and this is a small ballpark. I mean, you do, as we mentioned, have room in center field.
Jonathan takes a strike. He's having a real good road trip and has his batting average up to 270 now. And a quiet 8 home runs. We talk so much about Trumbo and Manny and Davis with the home runs, but John's right behind him.
And I think the other thing we have is Dana DeMuth is not critical of him. It's just that some umpires give you a little bit more leeway when they call strikes. It looks to me he's going to make them throw the ball over the plate. And he's not going to favor the high strike.
2 on with 2 out. 1-1 is fouled back. Will Jonathan Schoop on some kind of a tear on the road trip? His number is outstanding, and Jim, even better for the entire month of May over a longer period.
Yeah, I think what's happened, and we've seen, you've seen if you make a mistake with your breaking ball, that's what Weaver did on Sunday, and that's what he hammered. The only runs the Orioles scored. Also saw it in Baltimore, saw it down in Texas. You have a pretty good breaking ball hitter, unless you make the perfect pitch. That's not too many hitters hit those kind of pitches.
And there's a base hit in the right field. Trumbo will be held by Bobby Dickerson as Springer got to it very quickly.
Plus he's got a terrific arm.
5 assists already this year. So Schoop hits it the opposite way. There's the Orioles' first base hit. And the bases are loaded with 2 men down.
Well, nice approach. And when Jonathan lets the ball travel, and again, Fister not a hard thrower, he is a little bit easier to get to those pitches. And you can see a great angle right here that Trumbo would have been out by about 15 feet if he tried to run. So nice call by Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach of the Orioles.
So the bases loaded. Trumbo to third, Alvarez to second, Schoop at first for Flaherty, who's batting 9th. An average at 204. He is 1 for 6 on the road trip.
This is where he hit a couple of triples last year.
Well, this is a triples ballpark.
Yeah, it is.
Now Taos Hill out there in center field. This will be the last season for the Hill.
Yeah, I heard that they're taking it out. Yeah, 2 triples here. 300 hitter, 307. Down at Minute Maid Park for Ryan Flaherty. 7 hits, 23 at bats. No home runs. 4 RBIs, and he's walked.
And he's ahead in the count 1-0. Now back.
Yeah, much better hitter when he thinks back up the middle. And when he gets around everything, boy, he can roll over with the best of them. Well, they try to change speeds. Always a pretty good fastball hitter. Those are 3 for 7. Those are our runners in scoring position numbers. Not a lot of opportunities, only 7 of them. But important, as long as Hardy's not able to play, and you have going to see right-handers. I mean, this is an integral part of this lineup.
And looks over a perfect pitch from Fister, 1-2. Right on the outside corner. Well, Fister has gone at least 6 innings in 6 consecutive starts. He was 4-2 in his career against the Orioles. Flaherty was ahead, now he's behind, a ball and 2 strikes. Strike 3 call, the 2-seamer gone. So the Orioles miss a big opportunity to get on the board and leave the bases loaded. Mid-second at Minute Maid Park, O's and Astros, no score. Of Owings Mills has won $500 for being selected and will win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit in the game tonight. You can play Home Run Rich's scratch-offs and win up to $50,000 or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to be the contestant of the game. Just visit mdlottery.com/baseball. Those fans in Houston, those are really seeing a lot of fans travel. Those transplanted Marylanders that maybe live in Texas now.
Oh, after the Weeders home run, there was a Let's Go O's chant on Saturday night.
Colby Rasmus takes ball 1. Gaddis and Castro will follow. Rasmus in his 2nd season with the Astros. Prior to last year, the Orioles had talked to him about coming to Baltimore. Hard hit ball right to Davis. But he took a 1-year deal. Then this offseason, they gave him the qualifying offer, and he took it.
Which is close to $16 million.
Double the salary.
And the reason you do that, I mean, you know, a little change up, and he hits it right on the nose, but right at Chris Davis. They had the shift on him. He did hit 25 home runs. He's a 235 hitter. So again, it's a quality at bat, but see it hook right back to Chris. Great vantage point. What he's able to do. So yeah, they just wanted the draft choice.
Gaddis pounces it to deep short. Manny's there, takes his time and guns it across, knowing it was Gaddis running.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Ryan Flaherty doesn't deflect it, because they're playing him to pull. He gets by him, and Machado, easy play for him because of his position.
Flaherty looked over to the dugout. I think maybe Bobby Dickerson yelled something out to him.
No, they're probably not going to move on the shift here.
So Tillman retires the first 2 very quickly here. There's Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach, infield coach. Reminding Manny there's 2 outs. Strike 1.
Yeah, Castro, Jason Castro's been hitting well, I mean, over the last 22 games. You can see the total, kind of give you an idea of what kind of April he had. He's almost hitting 300. And some doubles, 3 home runs.
Castro will turn 29 in June. He's facing another native of California, Chris Tillman. He was the Astros' first-round pick in 2008 out of Stanford. He was the 10th overall pick in that draft. Left-handed hitting catcher.
His manager went to Stanford, A.J. Hinch. Good curveball. Yeah, when Chris Tillman gets that curveball over, that's when he gets on a roll. And then again, if he doesn't work, and because of the use of the slider in 2016, had an extra pitch to work with.
And he strikes him out, gets a fastball by him. So Tillman back-to-back 3-up, 3-down innings. And a strong start for the right-hander, is looking for a 7th win of the year. We'll head to the 3rd at Minute Maid Park. Tillman's in command. O's come up looking for some runs. Miss this season's next Kids Run the Bases event as the Orioles take on the Yankees at 1:35. As you know, after every Sunday home game this year, all the kids 14 and under can run the bases at Oriole Park. So make every Sunday family day at the Yard as you enjoy a great afternoon of Orioles baseball. Then cap it off and watch your kids have a thrill of a lifetime as they run the bases at Camden Yards. For your tickets, online, Orioles.com, or call 888-848-BIRD. Moros fans who have very good seats right behind the dugout. And here's Joey Rickard, second time through. Machado and Jones will follow.
Yeah, I mean, how many young hitters would be willing to take a strike? I mean, that was a little Mike Trout, where he almost takes every first pitch. Not too many youngsters, when you lead off in your first year in the big leagues, are willing to let a strike go by.
He had an 8-pitch at bat leading off the game. Bounced to third. Here's the rookie Moran. And Joey Rickard retired and one away in the third. Let's get a look at our Coons American League leaders, brought to you by Coons.com. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Well, how about when we were down there, Dwayne Statsu is the play-by-play guy, and Brian Anderson said, well, yeah, they wouldn't be like the O's. They want to hit home runs like you guys. Well, they're doing a little bit better. Of course, they went out and got Corey Dickerson, and Sousa's hitting some home runs. And you got some guys that can hit a little bit down there. And look at the Mariners. One of the more underrated teams in baseball.
Yeah, the Rays won today in Miami without a home run. They beat the Marlins 4-3. They're in their rivalry week where you play 2 games in one stadium and 2 in the other, like the O's and Nats will play later in the year.
But an afternoon game.
Yeah. 12:10 first pitch.
23,000 people in attendance.
It was Kids Day.
Well, kids and baby boomers and older people.
It's chopped toward shortstop. Moran cuts in front. And Manny's retired at 2 quick outs. Fisker took him 47 pitches to get through 2 innings, and now he gets 2 quick outs here.
Well, you get into a rhythm, and both of them on 88-mile-per-hour 2-seam baseballs, and both of them in on the right-handers. You cannot pitch with a 80. We saw Weaver do it 83, occasional one or two 85s on Sunday. If you can't pitch to both sides of the plate, and you can't. Last year he was hurt. The year before he won 16 games in the National League for the Nationals, even though he had a lat problem early on.
And Adam pops it up, shallow center. Altuve is calling. And he's got it, so Jones retired on 1 pitch. And the Orioles go 3-3 now for the first time tonight. Mid-third, Tillman back to work. Ball is all brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, Jackie Bradley Jr., Jim, he's extended his hitting streak now to 28 consecutive games. He's 2 for 3 on the night tonight. The Red Sox with a home game. Clayton Kershaw putting up Jim Palmer numbers in the month of May. 5-0, 0.64. How about 3 shutouts? And Chris Sale, he's looking to go 10-0 tonight, leading the American League in wins, ERA, WHIP, and opposing batters' batting average against.
Well, there you go. A guy that had trouble making the club till last year, Bradley. I mean, he'd always either have a good spring or a bad spring, and then they'd have to keep him, then he'd have a bad start. Got sent out. Certainly a competent guy. And then, of course, 2 lefties. Obviously the best left-handers in both leagues. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that the Orioles, when they play the Dodgers, will see Kershaw, but then I'm kind of hoping maybe he pitches the day before.
Alan Moran, the rookie.
Yeah, out of the University of North Carolina. It is the nephew of B.J. Suroff. Former #1 draft choice.
Yeah, he's from Port Chester, New York, which is just north of New York City, and he played in high school at Iona Prep in New Rochelle.
Yeah, big kid, 6'4", somewhere in the 200-pound range.
He was a first-round pick of Miami, the #6 overall pick in 2013. And then he was part of that huge deal between the Astros and the Marlins, July of 2014. Jared Cosart, the pitcher, was the big player going the other way, and Moran goes down on strikes and 1 away. Second strikeout for Tillman.
Yeah, Chris Tillman, I was talking to Enos Cabell, who was one of the assistants down here, was former Oriole first baseman, could play everywhere. And he goes, I said, Tillman's is deceptive. You go and talk to hitters after they see him. I mean, 92 looks much harder than that. He can backspin the ball. Again, this year, the slider, the curveball, and the changeup. So for a young hitter, pitches a little bit like I did, where the illusion is it's going to be in the strike zone, but maybe he's a little bit higher than that.
Bunt attempt, and on the appeal, at Hickok said he pulled the bat back, so there's ball one. Shift on against him, so Valbuena wants the Orioles to at least think about it. Flaherty's way out there in right field. Valbuena 0 for his last 6, and his batting average has dipped below 200. 197.
A lot of home runs for him last year. Year before 16 with the Cubs, came over here, hit 25.
Broke his bat. Tough play coming in. Jones still charging in. He'll get there, and he has it for the out.
Yeah, he really gets a good read. Little scope on the gallop. Didn't get fooled by the big swing. Well, you could hear the bat break all the way up here. And Jonathan says, "I will get out of there." And
that was great. As soon as he realized Adam had it, he made a left turn.
It's a good idea. Wise choice.
Well, I wouldn't want Scope running into me anyway.
No.
But I also wouldn't want Adam running into me at full gallop. Now here's Tony Kemp, another rookie. He was called up last Monday, so he's been in the big leagues a week. And he bounces it to Chris Davis on the first pitch, and for a third consecutive inning, Tillman has retired the side, 3 up and 3 down. He is in command. We'll head to the 4th. No score, O's and Astros. Brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid, all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com. Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Muggy day. The rain has held off, but the threat has been there, and there's Doug Fister.
Yeah, but it's temperature controlled in here.
Yes, it is.
Well, quality starts for the Astros, even though they've lost 4 in a row, 12 of the last 17. Yeah, it's an easy 88. But again, 6'8" gives you such an advantage if you can repeat your windup. And Fister can't.
Well, he was drafted by Seattle in 2006, and then the Mariners traded him to the Tigers, where he really blossomed as a starting pitcher. And then he was traded to the Nationals, as Davis fouls it back, 1-2.
Yeah, you look at that one year in Seattle, he was 3 and 12, giving up 3 1/3 runs a game. That tells you the Mariners weren't very good. And then the next year, he goes to Detroit. That same year, he's 8 and 1. And the Tigers are a much better team.
Fister's ahead 1-2. And he got him. So Davis down on strikes. That's strikeout number 3 and 1 away. That's 5 in a row retired by Fister.
Well, Nolan Ryan, I was talking to him before the game, and he's part of this organization. And at 88 looks like what Nolan could get up there at 98. A lot of deception.
And 1 away, here's Mark Trumbo. Trumbo bounced into a fielder's choice his first at bat, so he is now 0 for his last 11. And he is 1 for 13 on the road trip.
And that was a 2-run home run. The Orioles win on Friday night in Anaheim.
That's a bloop, shallow right. Springer's in on it, and it hangs long enough, and he has it for the out. And 2 away.
Oh, that's a good approach. You know, he tried to stay inside of it, but well, we saw the Angels that type of strategy, but they would hit some loopers, hit it too well. Springer ran it down.
And here's Matt Wieters, who struck out his first at bat. Up and in 1-0.
But the pace of this game is amazing. I mean, they got the train up there in left center field. It's like it's going to be leaving in about an hour and a half. Nobody wants to miss it.
Foul tip held by Castro. Ball on a strike on Matt.
There it is.
That Ryan Express.
That moves what, on home runs?
Yes. Their home runs. They don't celebrate. Yeah, this ballpark, a lot of quirks. That's why the ground rules meeting took so long today. See, it's 3:15 down the line of left. That scoreboard is 19 feet high, and then it goes up to 25 foot high by the Orioles bullpen there. And it bounces to second base. Altuve will get Wieters. And back-to-back 3-up, 3-down innings for the Orioles. Birds had a big chance in the second, couldn't score. So mid-4th, still scoreless. Southwest, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by the Bob Bell Automotive Group, driven to be the best. Concourse here at Minute Maid Park. It is definitely shirt sleeve weather, temperature in the 90s today, and very, very muggy. And the Birds enjoyed a day off yesterday. And he took a trip over to NASA. And here's Chris Tillman, 9 up and 9 down through 3 innings. George Springer, the leadoff hitter, will take ball 1. Altuve and Correa will follow. George Springer's out of Avon, Connecticut, and he played in college at the University of Connecticut. Another of the many first-round picks the Astros have on their team. He was their first-round pick in 2011. 16 home runs last year. He had 20 the year before as a rookie.
Yeah, while he was hurt last year, he broke his wrist. He missed considerable time. And you're right about swinging hard. He's got 24 walks, and the on-base percentage is pretty good for like 35% of the time. And of course, there it is, trying to hit the train or whatever.
Yeah, Springer, Altuve, and Rasmus each have 24 walks. Just got a piece to stay alive. The Astros, the one thing they have done well this year offensively, because they are dead last in team batting, is drawing walks. They have 174 walks.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the whole spectrum. They walk more than anybody else, but they also strike out more than anybody else.
So far, 2 Ks on the night for Tillman, who gets ahead 1-2. And there's the game's first hit for the Astros. Out over the plate on 1-2, and a real good swing there.
Yeah, very rarely does Chris Tillman telegraph his changeup, but it looked to me that he really slowed his windup down. And again, this is just a changeup, ends up in the middle of the plate. Just like the arm speed wasn't the same as his fastball, and Springer looked like he got a good read on it. And now all of a sudden, if you're J.J. Hinch and you manage this team and you're not scoring a lot of runs, you got a guy that can handle the bat about as well as anybody in baseball, and you don't have a guy that can steal at first, but you have a guy at first. He's 3 out of 9. You have a guy with good speed.
Wow! All the way back to the screen. That will advance the runner. And on the wild pitch.
We did it twice in the first inning, but nobody was on it. We've seen him do that on a couple of occasions, and it's strange. It just says sometimes he just over rotates. Actually, from high up here, from that angle, it didn't look like that, but it's not what the Astros want, but certainly not what Chris Tillman wanted. It's like throwing a double. And you know Altuve's going to try to take a shot to right. And of course, the ability to get base hits that right.
Working back fly ball to center. Jones has a play. Springer tagging the draw throw and then doesn't even move. That's a big out for Tillman.
Well, that's it. Both times he'd been able to get a guy that's got the second most hits in the American League out on the same pitch, which is a slider. And that's a pitch he's thrown much more frequently in 2016, and of course, not only frequently but more successfully.
Tillman, after facing 10 batters from the windup, although there's not much difference windup to the stretch, but here's the second consecutive batter from the stretch. It's Carlos Correa. He bounced out to third to Flaherty, his first at bat.
He is a big kid. He does remind me of Alex Rodriguez when he first came up. Alex was about that height and much thinner. Came up in Seattle at 18. I mean, when you watch some of the highlights, and he had 22 home runs last year in 99 games. When you watch some of the highlights when Carlos Correa hits home runs, he'll take the ball up and away in this part, especially short porch and right on. He just hit a line drive. Kind of like Manny Machado does in Baltimore.
He's 6'4". Still filling into that frame. Rips that ball to center field, but Adam is right there. That ball was crushed.
Yeah, good fortune for Chris Tillman.
Well, the Orioles on the day off yesterday were busy, and they made a trade. They sent Brian Mattis to the Atlanta Braves. And in exchange, they acquired Brandon Barker and Trevor Belichick, a couple of minor league pitchers. The Orioles also sent a competitive balanced draft pick, which is what the Braves really wanted. The 76 pick coming up in the draft. Now, Mattis immediately was designated for assignment by the Braves, so as soon as he clears waivers, he can sign with any other team as a free agent, and the Braves now responsible for his salary.
Right, it's very much what happened with Ryan Webb last year in spring, right out of spring training. Dodgers made the trade. They wanted the compensatory draft pick, and then they released him the next day. Well, Brian had a couple of good years as a left-handed, short man that would come in. Certainly wasn't happening this year, so we certainly wish him the best of luck. But he had really no role the way he was pitching on this team. And very stubborn as far as working on things with the pitching coaches. He's kind of going backwards, velocity-wise, command-wise.
Strike at the knee, so it's 0-2. Asher Tolliver has been called up to take his place in the bullpen.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Brian's going to go somewhere, and he's got the too high ability level not to get better. And again, maybe he'll be able to go somewhere where he'll listen to what's going on and try to make some improvements.
Orioles' first-round pick, number 4 overall in 2008, was Mattis. Skied the left. Rickard has a play. And he's got it. So after the single and wild pitch, runner at second, nobody down. Tillman works around it on 3 fly ball outs. Pitchers in command. No score through 4. Numbers, and it's all about run support. When the Orioles score 4 or more runs, they have gone 20-4 and .833 winning percentage. They're 6-12 when they score 3 runs or less. And I think maybe the most startling of this, they've already had 12 games this year in which they have scored 2 runs or less, and yet they're 10 games above 500.
Yeah, they've off. We were talking about it before the game. They've had a 7-game winning streak and a 6-game winning streak.
Well, on this road trip, they won Friday night in Anaheim, scoring 9 runs, but then won on Saturday on the 3-run home run by Tillman, 3-1. And 2 quick strikes on Pedro Alvarez, who does not seem to agree with either.
That's the first questionable hitter's pitch that's been called a strike. Pedro thought it was a little bit low.
And up and in. Pedro walked his first at bat after he fell behind, no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, they get Pfister 4.22 runs. That's what his ERA is.
Yeah, Pfister, he won his last start. He had an extra day of rest before tonight because both the Astros and Orioles were off yesterday. 6 1/3 in Chicago. He has been real tough on right-handed batters on the year. Up and in, 2-2.
Yeah, the lefties, as we mentioned, they've had 5 to 6 home runs and at least came in with a 315. But the biggest pitch of the night was the strike, the called strike that Flaherty took. Ran the ball in at him and caught the inside corner. Bases loaded.
Slow curveball is crushed to right field. Back it goes, and that ball is gone. And just like that, the Orioles get the lead.
Well, he told you he came in 5 for 9. Lifetime. Alvarez off of Pfister. Might have been when he was playing for the Pirates, and Pfister was playing for the Nationals. So that number goes up a little bit. That's what happens when you hang a curveball. They sometimes get hit extremely hard. This is what the Orioles do. They hit home runs.
Well, that's got to feel real good for Pedro. He was just 2 for his last 19 prior to that home run. So the Orioles' 64th home run and a 1-0 lead.
And this is a screamer. You can see right there, hanger right in the middle of the plate. Well, you know.
There's a pop up near the dugout, and a nice play by Castro.
Yeah, he beats the leggy Doug Pfister to the ball because Pfister was coming after it too. And Castro does make a terrific pitch, little jam shot. Here comes Pfister. He backs off as he sees Castro make a nice sliding catch. Never took his eyes off it.
So Scope is retired. Tremendous play there, an effort by Jason Castro.
Well, the type of game where every out is so important. And, that's a ball that could be a foul ball, and all of a sudden you got yourself an out.
Foul straight back off the bat of Ryan Flaherty, who struck out with the bases loaded to end the second inning.
And we're seeing the Buck Showalter theory of tall pitcher upswing by hitters. You know, where you have the pitcher throwing the ball down, the swing is up. Most guys have, I mean, what Ted Williams say, 6 degrees. I don't know what 6 degree is, but almost everybody has a little bit of an uppercut, and it's hard to get the ball and the bat in the same intersection if you're tall, unless you hang a curveball. And the ball doesn't move as much. And that's what Pfister did. That we saw that with Chris Young. Chris Young beating the Orioles earlier in the year. He's what, 6'10"?
Well, that is the 6th of the 7 home runs allowed by Pfister by a lefty. But it's a solo.
Yeah. And solos don't usually beat you. I mean, that should be the mind thought. Of course, as the game progresses and you get later in the ball game, that maybe changes a little bit.
There's a chopper back to Pfister. And Flaherty retired. He's 0 for 2. And 2 away in the Oriole 5th inning. Well, fans, the Orioles game against the Rays that was rained out on April 9th has been rescheduled as game 1 of a separate edition day-night doubleheader on Saturday, June 25th at 1:05. All the tickets marked April 9th will be honored for the new game at 1:05. Now, the original game scheduled for that day on June 25th was at 4:05. That game has now been moved to 7:05, game 2 of the Twin Bill. For all the ticketing information, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD.
Is that a double talk?
Yes. Glad you're paying attention.
Oh, well, I heard it before, but yeah. No, there's 2 games, one starting early and one starting in normal time.
Separate admission, day-night doubleheader. Make up for the rain out. He didn't mean to swing and he fouls it off. Well, Pedro with his 3rd home run has given the Orioles a 1-0 lead. Rickard is 0 for 2. And a good take. He celebrated his 25th birthday on Saturday in Anaheim, and I've been kidding him because you know, when you're young and you have extended family, he had a lot of family there, the celebration just keeps going. And I asked him before the game today, I said, how's that birthday week going? He goes, oh, it's still good. We're still working on it. So here he is 4 days after his birthday, and he's still celebrating.
Well, he's celebrating the fact he's in the big leagues. It's a Rule 5 draftee where you have to keep them all year. Well, you don't have to. You can always send them back, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he certainly earned this position. And there's the slogan in spring training: get those gray pants ready. He made just about every road game. And when you're trying to make the team, that's a good thing. Oh, good eye there, 3-2.
It's one of those pitches you take and then you just kind of hold your breath and hope that Dana DeMuth doesn't put the arm up.
Well, he had an 8-pitch at bat leading off the game. Here's a 7-pitch at bat, and he bounces it foul down the line. So another 8-pitch at bat. But Pfister has allowed 1 run on only 2 base hits. And another foul ball.
Well, it's what, you know, he's 88, but it's up out of the zone. And he's throwing the ball downhill. And as a hitter, it's just a different release point. Just a lot of things going on.
He's got cool ball, the hitting coach.
And that's why you kind of fall in love. There are people that fall in love with the radar gun. You don't fall in love with the radar gun and Doug Pfister. Once again, I mean, they're close enough that they're strikes with the full count. Don't want to get called out looking. He just keeps hacking. But it's hard to get on top of him and keep him fair.
And Joey about to see the 10th pitch in this at bat. And he bounces it to third. There's a big hop from Moran. And he gets it across, and that ends the inning. So 10-pitch at bat for Rickard. Pedro Alvarez gets into one. His 3rd home run of the year to right field has put the O's on top. To you by PNC for the Achiever in you. You talk about making an impact. Mike Yastrzemski, since promoted to AAA Norfolk, 8 games, including game 1 of a doubleheader today. And now he's 1 for 2 in the second game of the doubleheader after he got 2 hits in the opener. So he's batting .406, 5 doubles, a triple, a couple of home runs, 7 RBIs, and a couple of steals. So he is certainly getting it done and making his presence known, as is Asher Tolliver. Tolliver was promoted today from AA Bowie. There's Asher in his first big league game after spending 7 years in the minor leagues. Pitching in 155 minor league games, he has taken Brian Mattis' spot in the Orioles bullpen.
Yeah, left-handed, 91 to 95 with a good changeup. We'll see how they use it. Of course, they have a lot of right-handers at the back of the Oriole bullpen that can get both righties and lefties out, so that's a plus. Yeah, it looks like, you know, for Chris Stillman, when we've seen him, looked like maybe slipping a little bit. You know, you look down at this field, even though it's indoors, it just looks damper, or maybe it's just the.
Well, here's what happened today. The Orioles were here for early BP, and the roof was open, and all of a sudden a thunderstorm popped up downtown, and while they were waiting for the roof to close, the infield did get wet. So maybe because it is so humid, a lot of the moisture did not dissipate, and maybe a little slicker than normal. perfect pitch in the outside corner, 2-2.
Yeah, he gets right back in the count with a low and away fastball after Gaddis chases out of the zone. I certainly know what his intent was. I mean, 2-0, he up about the high and misses it, and then again, I mean, just like can't either get his footing or spinning a little bit. Yeah, it's funny, wherever your head and your chin go, that's kind of where your body goes. It's virtually impossible if your head and chin go towards home plate that you can spin like that.
Line drive, there's a base hit to left center field. And Jones over to cut it off. That'll hold Gaddis to a single.
Yeah, there's such a big difference. 1-0 lead. The difference between going 3-2, full count, where you don't want to walk them in 2-2. So you got to go for more of the plate. Not a bad pitch. Actually, great at bat by Evan Gaddis because he covers the outside corner. Chris Tillman needed to throw a strike, and he was waiting.
Well, Castro has been hitting since he came back from Double-A, where they sent him out for about 10 days to work on his catching skills. He's DHing tonight. Here's Castro, who was the #1 catcher on this team. And Gaddis is now the #2 catcher.
As we mentioned, close to 300 over 22 games. And that, getting a guy on with a left-handed pull hitter up, and that's what Jason Castro is. They put the shift on him the first time, but they're not going to do it now with a runner on first. So it does open up holes.
Castro struck out his first at bat. A little low ball too.
And second time through the order, I always thought they get to see what kind of velocity you have, what kind of movement. Stillwater looking on. Face of concern. Well, 1-0 games or leads are very precarious.
All 3. Tillman has not walked the batter. For the year, he's averaging just under 4 walks per game, which is a little bit above his career mark.
Yeah, he's been on the edge tonight, though. You go back to the first inning, 3-2 on Springer. He's had a couple of full count pitches.
See what he does here on 3-0.
Swinging away.
Fastball, green light, fouled it back.
Yeah, I think when you're struggling for runs and up to A.J. Hinch, you say, okay, I got a veteran catcher. He's been hitting hot, gets a fastball to hit. It's the side of Matt Reeder's mask on the way back towards the screen. And if you think about the way Chris Tillman's pitching, that's probably going to be the best pitch you're going to get to see.
And he walked him. Off-speed pitch misses up and away. And the first walk. Now the Astros down by a run, have 2 on and none out.
Yeah, Colin Moran's going to come up, and you wonder if he's ever bunted in the minor leagues.
PNC inside the numbers. There are Tillman's statistics over his last 6 starts in which he hasn't lost. .83 ERA, very impressive.
Yeah, it's a good combination. They've scored over 5 runs a game for him, 505, and he's pitched well. Looks like the Orioles are anticipating a possible bunt here. A lot of times managers will let you swing away on the first pitch.
And he does, and he misses.
And he's got a little trouble with that high fastball. That's how he struck out the last time up. They had just a high rider, and he had to come close. See the uppercut swing, and ball just a little bit above the bat head.
Orioles have the infield to double play depth. Good cut there, and he fouled it back. 0-2. Not a lot of speed out there for the Astros, as the 2 runners are their 2 catchers. Gaddis is the lead runner, Castro the trail runner.
Yeah, last year I saw him score on a double. He runs a lot better than I thought, Evan Gaddis, than I thought. Not a You mentioned that, a speedster. But he can start rumbling.
So after the walk to Castro, 0-2 on Moran. With Chase.
It'd be Will Chamberlain or Jabbar to swing at that one.
Well, the intent was there.
No, it wasn't. I know.
No, I mean for Tillman.
No, I
he
know.
wanted
like I said, but he wanted it a little closer than 12 feet high. Luckily, you have a tall catcher. He's a little out of rhythm tonight, even though he's certainly we shut him out for at least the first 4.
Double play ball. Manny will step on the bag and fire to first. Big play here in this 5th inning. 2 men down.
Yeah, that and the fact that he makes a great pitch. When you have a hitter with a slow bat, and that's what it looks for Moran, he throws him a slider. So he does get to that one, but he hits, again, as you mentioned, the perfect routine double play ball. 6. That's your shortstop unassisted, and then an accurate throw over to Chris Davis.
So Gaddis ends up at 3rd, but now 2 men are down. And here's Valbuena, who flied out to Adam Jones, his first at bat. Pitcher's best friend, that double play ball. Tillman, in his win last Wednesday against Seattle, did walk 3. But he only allowed 2 runs in 6 1/3. He retired the first 9 Astros before the leadoff single to Springer in the 4th. Breaking ball bends in there. And of course, you would expect Chris to pitch well against the Astros. They are, after all, in the AL West.
Yeah.
He is 17-4 in his career against the AL West. 17-4. One-on-one on Valbuena, just off the plate. Against the Astros, he's 2-2.
With a very low ERA. What, 265 somewhere?
2.45.
2.45, even better than I thought.
Here's Gaddis at 3rd, representing the tying run. Breaking ball skied to left. Long run for Rickard, and he runs out of room.
Yeah, you can see Chris Tillman with a rookie on deck. Not that he's had a lot of at-bats against Valbuena. Only, what, 8 now? 2 for 8. But good fastball, his power. And here's Tony Kemp waiting on deck. And the balls that he drove last year, and he hit 25 home runs. And he's kind of just a, he kind of drops. He's an inside, low ball, pull hitter. You get it in that area, it becomes a home run threat.
And a good take by Valbuena.
I guess my point is that you wouldn't mind pitching around him. I mean, it's risky because you don't really know Kemp that well. Bounced out to Chris Davis his first time up.
So 3-2 on Valbuena with Tony Kemp on deck. That ball is crushed. That ball is back, and the Astros have the lead. The one thing Valbuena brings to the plate, even with a below 200 batting average, is that home run stroke.
Well, they got him from the Cubs, as we mentioned, and then they got him to do what he just did. The Orioles first saw him, and he came up with Cleveland. I think that was a changeup, but not where Chris Tillman wanted it. It was kind of the counterpart to what Pfister threw to Alvarez, a hanging breaking pitch, and he did clobber it. It is clouded.
It's only his 3rd home run of the year. He's off to a slow start, but he did hit 25 home runs last year. So the Orioles get a home run in the top half. Astros get a 2-run shot in the bottom half and lead it 2-1. Breaking ball for a strike to the rookie Tony Kemp. That is only the 3rd home run that Tillman has allowed all year. Kemp grounded out to first, his first at bat. He's another of the many players who have come out of Vanderbilt. He's a native of Tennessee and stayed in state to go to college.
Yeah, and if you're sitting at home wondering why he didn't pitch around Balbuena to get to Kemp, is that, you know, you got a veteran pitcher that didn't try to throw it where he was. So, you know, he threw that ball, he hung it, he kept to throw it there.
We saw Ryan Flaherty, another product of that Vanderbilt baseball program, as is Pedro Alvarez. In fact, Flaherty and Alvarez were teammates at Vanderbilt. Ryan was the shortstop and Alvarez played third. Pedro DHing here tonight. Ooh, close pitch, 3-1. Now, Tillman has allowed 3 hits. He's walked 1. The big blow, the home run by Balbuena. Fastball for a called strike. Kemp was batting .298 at AAA Fresno in 34 games before his call up. He made his big league debut on May 17th.
Yeah, he's I mean, one of the better second basemen, but Altuve's certainly in his way here. And he can steal bases. Not that anybody really runs against Chris Tillman, but you may see it. What do you got to lose? You know, as long as you can get a good lead. So a lot of pitches here in the 5th. Started on a 3-2 fastball down and away that got us hit to center field to start the rally.
So Tillman trying to end this inning and get to the bench, get his team back up there. You see 27 pitches this inning. He had been very pitch efficient through 4. And here's George Springer. The lineup turns over again as Tony Kemp draws a throw and gets back in. It's tough to steal on Tillman. There have been no steals against them this year, and 1 caught stealing.
Well, for a big guy, and he's 6'5", he's quick to the plate. And that Wieters throws well.
Well, you go back to 2012 when he came up on the 4th of July and became a regular member of the rotation. There have been only 24 stolen base attempts against Tillman since 2012. That is the 4th fewest in all of Major League Baseball. And the dirt gets away from Wieters, and Kemp's going to get the second base. That ball bounced, and Matt couldn't have it stick in his glove.
Yeah, wild pitch. Any ball that hits the dirt, like a curveball. Yep, a little slider.
That is the 2nd wild pitch in the game and 6th on the season for Tillman.
Yeah, it's just an unusual way. I mean, you know, Matt can be very good at backhanding balls. It's just not the conventional way to keep a ball in front of you. It's just too hard to do on a regular basis. He may have gotten a second anyway, but most guys will slide in front of that and kind of shovel it in front of them, and then the momentum is actually going towards second base. And he is a big catcher.
Skied down the right field line. That is fading back out of play. Springer has 9 home runs. He and Altuve are tied for the team lead. Rasmus has 8 and Correa has 7.
Well, they got what they have, what, 5 players with 7 home runs or more. Four or 5 other teams in baseball have that kind of power numbers.
1-1 on Springer with Kemp at second base and 2 down. Off-speed breaking ball misses low.
Yeah, the runner in scoring position number for Chris Tillman was 208. That's low. But the way Doug Fister has pitched, he put a lot of pressure. Boy, I've been out there where you just know you can't give up other runs, and every pitch is so meaningful.
So 2-1 on Springer with Altuve on deck. Inside. And the fatigue has to be a factor here. 31 pitch inning. Three and 1 on Springer. And upstairs, Tillman staring in at Dana Demuth. He thought that was a strike.
Well, it's been a tiny strike zone all night long. It's been very consistent. It's not like he gave pitches early that he's taken away now. And that's just his style. And obviously, Demuth calls it for being high. Hey, Wallace out to have a little conversation.
Wallace, a very calming influence for these pitchers.
Oh, you get a rapport with your pitching coach, and you know, as you mentioned, Chris has won 5 in a row, and Dave is always there along with Don Cheedy. But sometimes you don't say anything, but when you need a little help, like now, as a pitching coach, you hope you have the right words. Of course, Altuve now gets to see him for the 3rd time. He's hit the same pitch in the air to center field, and that's just a slider.
Altuve's just 26 years old and already in his 6th season with the Astros.
Well, what he's become is another Dustin Pedroia. I mean, they're both of small stature. You know, Pedroia won the MVP one year. They can hit the ball the other way with the best of them. Both of them. If you make a mistake, they can become home run hitters. We saw that last year. He had 15 of them. Now Pedroia maybe plays in a little friendlier confine. But I think Dustin's high is 18.
Lined right to Stope, and that's how the inning ends. Hard hit ball, but Jonathan had it played perfectly, and Tillman gets out of it without any further damage. Our Chevy do-ups, Machado, Jones, and Davis. The O's now down by a run. Nighttime in Houston. And a game of home runs. Pedro Alvarez with a solo. And Valbuena with a 2-run shot to give the Astros the lead. And here's Manny leading off, and he'll take a strike. Jones and Davis follow. Up and away with a breaking ball.
Yeah, the only sustained offense was a walk to Alvarez, and then the base hit by Scope in the second. Other than that, haven't been able to get 2 consecutive batters on base.
Pfister has allowed only 2 hits, a single by Scope in the second, and a home run by Alvarez in the 5th. And he's been able to work around 3 walks. Good take by Manny. Manny's 0 for 1 with a walk, and now 0 for his last 11.
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers on, as far as the average velocity is about 86. Curveball's all the way, what we just saw, 68 to 70 miles per hour. And it's a changeup, so he's trying to use all of them.
Another full count of Machado leading off in the 6th. That ball is crushed, and we are tied. Way back towards the light stanchion and out of here over the railroad tracks. Machado breaks out of an 0 for 11 with a monster home run, and it's a 2-2 game.
Well, certainly no doubt about it, that one. Home run number 13 matches his uniform number.
And matches his teammate Mark Trumbo, and tied for 2nd now in the American League. Oh, that's got to feel good when you know you're scuffling. And the pitch before he took the pitch, he didn't chase the pitcher's pitch.
Yeah, and then he had, I'm sure Pfister felt the same thing as what Tillman felt when Gaddis got the base hit. You had to throw a strike 3 and 2, and he did, and it was waffle. I mean, you don't hit it. I mean, it's 86, kind of a get me over fastball, and he gets the bat head out, and it's gone. Adam trying to do the same thing. And the bullpen will get.
Pat Neshek is the right-hander. Tony Sipp, the left-hander. He's the only left-hander, Tony Sipp, in an 8-man bullpen.
I kept looking for another lefty yesterday.
Not going to find one.
No, you're not.
2-1 on Adam, who was 0 for 2. He has bounced into a double play, and he has popped up to shallow right field. Altuve, the second baseman, made the grab. Hard hit ball to third, and a bad bounce past Colin Moran into left field. Well, that's a tough break.
Yeah, it's pretty routine until it takes the bad hop. He hasn't made any difficult plays because there haven't been any. He's just going to take a couple steps to his left. Good vantage point right here. A little slider. And then the ball takes a hop out in front of him and just jumps over the glove.
It's hard to tell there if that ball may have hit the lip of the grass.
Can they give him an error? Maybe give him an error on a bad hop. That'll be changed. Doesn't really matter. Adam gets on, even though you'd like to have a base hit. When a ball takes that obvious of a bad hop,
that's not his fault.
No.
Yeah, that just took a bad hop upward. Almost got his glove.
Almost like the scorer wasn't watching. It was a pronounced bad hop.
Pulled the Rizzuto. Wasn't watching?
Well, you mean he's across the bridge on the way home to New Jersey? Across the George Washington Bridge?
Meantime, Davis has worked the count. He's ahead 3-0.
If you're Doug Pfister, you certainly got to be a little bit wary of the fact he may be swinging here.
High strike.
And that's actually a good take in the sense that if it's a little bit lower, I think he probably had the green light. He's just trying, Buck Showalter saying, hey, if you get the right pitch, that wasn't hit. Let it go.
Popped up shallow left. Kemp was a mile out there. Moran is sticking with it, and he has it for the out. So one away here in the 6th inning. Jones back to first. Look at our Jeep inside the numbers, and the most combined home runs by a trio of teammates. And the Orioles now at 35 have the lead.
Yeah, the Mets, they took a hit. Lucas Duda is going to miss 3 to 4 weeks with a stress fracture. He's one of those guys with 8 home runs. And then, of course, the Rockies. And Orioles have already seen the Tigers.
All right, the Manny home run gives them 36 as a trio. And here's one of the trio.
Yeah, Fister's able, the ability to, to really hit the outside corner. That's what makes it work. There's another attempt right there. And throw it, again, the two-seam fastball, righty to righty, goes a little left to right. It'll run in on you if it's inside. And if it's away, it'll try to run it and just backdoor it. It'll veer over the outside part of the plate.
Adam drawing some attention from Fister. It's tough to run on Fister as well. There's been only 1 steal on him all year.
For 6'8", he's an athletic guy. You watch him field ground balls. Pretty agile. And once again,
Trumbo upset with that call.
Either that or the fact he's not happy that Doug is just painting the outside corner, which is what he needs to do to be successful.
Like it was off the plate. So he went further outside.
Yeah.
Trumbo is 0 for 2 and now 0 for his last 12. Well, Manny broke out with a long ball. 2-2 the count on Trumbo with Jones at first. Slowly hit to Correa. His only play is at first. He'll get Trumbo for the out. But Jones moves in the scoring position with 2 men down.
Yeah, Mark's not getting a lot to hit. Again, that's one of those fastballs. He's already hit the corner. Maybe the outside corner is a little wider to him. So he's got to chase it. And he does.
And here's A.J. Hinch, and we're going to get a pitching change here in the 6th inning. And he's going to go for the left-hander Tony Sipp. Hinch explaining to Fister why he's taking him out.
Well, let's see. 17 and 28. We need to win a game.
There you go.
If you're pitching well.
Sipp comes on in the 6th.
Game which will not happen tonight. Pitches well, only the 2 home runs, one to Alvarez, one to Machado. So a few more fastballs tonight, a few less change-ups. 106 pitches, and of course they're going to bring him in matchups. So Sipp comes in. Again, he's had a couple of nice years for him. 3rd year, 60 games last year. Actually tougher on righties than lefties. Lefties hitting him at 294, righties at 250. So you will actually see a pinch hitter here. Or excuse me, Wieters will pinch hit in a sense. He'll turn around, head right-handed.
Changeup misses inside. Matt is 0 for 4 head-to-head against Sip.
Yeah, slider, changeup, fastball. I mean, somewhere in the 90-mile-per-hour range, and then the slider, various speeds, 80 to 82, and then changeup a little bit below that.
Fastball at the knees for a strike. Adam at second reached on what was ruled an error. Colin Moran on a bad bounce that bounced right over his glove. Moved up on the ground ball by Trumbo. So base hit could give the Orioles the lead. Didn't mean to swing and he fouled it off.
Yeah, pretty good slider. There's Sip, a veteran. The Orioles first saw him when he was pitching for Cleveland. Came up in 2009 all the way to 2012. They went over to the National League to Arizona, traded in 2014 to Houston, and then last year in 60 games. Big part of their bullpen. Bullpen was terrific till the last 2 months. Now they've gotten a little exhausted.
So Sip gets ahead of Wieters 1-2. And he got him on a changeup. So Sip strands the go-ahead run at second base and gets out of it. But Manny Machado led off the inning, worked the count, got into one on a long home run, has tied this game. Is brought to you by PNC Bank, the achiever in you, and by Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at ococean.com. What do you want, Jim? You want the Nolan Ryan beef steak fingers? Maybe so. You want the fries.
Steak fingers.
Manny's 13th home run got this game even. All 4 runs in the game coming in on home runs. 2 solos for the O's, Alvarez and Machado. And Bob Buena's 2-run shot. Tillman at 74 pitches. He threw 34 pitches in the 5th inning, facing 7 batters. Breaking ball for a strike to Correa.
Yeah, hit a missile into center, but right at Adam Jones. Bounced to third.
Correa now 0 for his last 12. Fastball low. Well, Tillman the last 3 years has put together double digits in wins. He was 16-7 in 2013, 13-6 in the division title year in 14. Last year 11-11. Slow curveball.
Yeah, he thought it was going to hang, but he got on top of it, so it didn't linger in the middle of the strike zone very long. Get an idea, though. I mean, he did recognize that he just couldn't hit it. He wasn't fooled. Got to keep that in your memory bank right there.
And the 1-2 is grounded foul behind Gary Pettis.
Turn 22 till August or that September.
Number 1 overall pick in 2012. Fights it off to stay alive. The last time Tillman faced the Astros, May 26th of last year, he only allowed 2 runs in 7 innings but took a loss. He has pitched really well in his brief appearances here at Minute Maid Park. 2-2, 2-0 in 2 starts with a 1.32 ERA.
Well, if I remember the year before last, he kind of righted the ship for the Orioles. Won a big game on a weekend on Saturday. And the Orioles would go on to win 96 games.
Ball 3. Correa's got a real good presence at the plate.
Well, and he's already hit a rocket to center field, so you know what he's done to your fastball, and now you're back into one of those situations where your command is not as good as it has been in some of the games, and you have a home run bat at the plate. And it throws him a really good changeup, and he's able to foul it off.
It hit the glove. Sounded like it hit the glove. Leaders couldn't hold on.
Yeah, keeps it down. Good movement. Good late bite to it.
Yeah, right off the glove. And he got him.
Yeah, there's the changeup that hangs a little bit, but he gets fooled. I'm not sure you want to throw a lot of them up here, but this one works. He's probably looking fastball. And the other thing is you can hang some changeup, but if the spin is the same as your fastball, you can get away with them. In other words, if you throw 2-seam fastballs, and then you throw a 2-seam changeup, hard to sometimes pick up the spin difference.
9-pitch at bat. But Tillman gets his man. Here's Colby Rasmus, who's 0 for 2. Onside. Rasmus will turn 30 in August. He was the Cardinals' first-round pick in 2005. The Cardinals then would trade him to Toronto. And he played out his time there, became a free agent, came to Houston last year.
Well, there's another guy that can hit some home runs.
420 home run seasons for Rasmus.
I mean, it seems like everywhere he goes, he ends up with over 20. Even though he'll strike out a lot, not a high average guy. The change up there, fastball count, pulls the string. It's the year of Chris Tillman being able to do that on pretty much any time he wants to.
2-2 game, each team with just 3 base hits. A little bit low. So another hitter's count at 3-1. The Astros have had 5 losing streaks this year of at least 3 games or more. Strike on the corner. And that is tied for the most in the major leagues. They've had 3 3-game losing streaks. And they've had 2 4-game losing streaks, which they're trying to break here tonight. Rasmus does not like the call, and he let Dana DeButh know.
And he thought it was outside. See, Wieters moved the glove over a little bit. I'm not sure that's going to give him a bigger strike zone now. Players usually don't like that.
Protecting, he slaps it foul the other way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be taking any borderline pitches.
I'd protect that corner.
Well, it's amazing how it's changed. When I pitch, you could actually, you throw a ball and you didn't know if it was low or outside, and you just ask the umpire and they tell you. Now they seem to be offended by that, but it's nice to know whether you're hitting and you can turn around and just ask them.
Rip foul. behind Rich Dower.
Pretty good swing at that ball, up and in.
Did you see Mr. Dower today?
Oh, I did. Played on some awfully good Oriole teams out of University of Southern California. Nickname was affectionately Wacko. That he's calmed down. I said, well, I should hope so.
Call strike 3.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
And he's been ejected.
Well, you know that's going to.
Now he bumped into him. That's going to cost him some money. You cannot touch an umpire.
Well, it's a kind of a gentle bump, but the Muth, it's not like the Muth turned around and walked away from him either. And now A.J. Hinch, he saw what happened, the skipper of the Astros. But you knew it coming. I mean, that's a, he hadn't caught a lot of high pitches. He argued on the 3-1 pitch. It's not a good habit to get him to do. I mean, it's an emotional game. It's a 2-2 game. They haven't played well. They want to win. But Hinch can't get out there. No, it's just a high curveball. Check out Matt Wieters. Let's see. It comes down. He brings it down a little bit. And then the arm goes up. And he walks right at him. So, and he throws him out. Pretty emphatically.
Yeah.
It hurt enough.
So back-to-back Ks. That's 4 in the game now for Tillman. And a bouncer to short. And he's there. After 2 long at-bats. A 1-pitch out. And the Astros go 3 up, 3 down in the 6th inning. We'll head to the 7th. O's come to bat in a 2-2 game. Yards Monday, Memorial Day, May 30th, to begin a 4-game series with the division rival Red Sox. And after the Memorial Day matinee at 1:35, the O's and Red Sox then will battle Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night, all at 7:05. So coming out and up is paint that ballpark orange for the showdown for first place in the AL East. For your tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Jake Marisnick comes into the game. He's in center field now with Rasmus ejected.
Yeah, Marishnev, one of the better outfielders in the American League.
Astros have a thin bench. A.J. Hinch only has a 3-man bench and 2 left. Tony Sipp stays on.
Well, he's a strikeout guy, and you saw that, and got out the last inning. The strikeout of Matt Wieters on a great changeup, but 393 strikeouts in 363 major league innings. But he mixes his pitches up. He's not overpowering. He's on 90, 91, but veteran, 32, turned 33 later on in the summer. But just knows, he's got a good slider and a very effective changeup. Sells it well.
And he went too far on the check swing.
And that's the slider.
Pedro's 0 for 2 head-to-head against Sip.
The other thing, and this is a little slider, just a quick one. Doesn't walk a whole lot of guys. You know, maybe earlier in his career he could get a little wild, not lately.
One and two as that slider goes outside. That Neshek, who was up last inning, he is on the left. There's a right-handed bat on deck, but then a left-handed bat at Flaherty. Foul back this way.
Yeah, a little bit more of a hittable slider. That one stayed up. And Pedro able to foul it off. And as we mentioned, Sip, at least coming in, that 44-point difference. Righties actually hitting less than left-handers.
One and two. And a swing and a miss. He got it.
Yeah, it's really tough when you're not seeing a whole lot of lefties to try to hit that breaking ball, because it was a good one, perfectly thrown. You know, you don't have to throw a strike, especially when you have a guy not seeing your ilk, which is a left-handed pitcher, and then he makes the perfect pitch. It reminds you of Brian Mattis when he was at the top of his game, what he could do for the Orioles.
That's only the 15th at-bat all year for Pedro against a left-handed pitcher. Schoop will take a strike, so Hinch is going to stay with Sip with the lefty Flaherty on deck. First time John has ever faced Tony Sip. Good changeup. Cued down the line, and that is just foul. Wow.
Yeah, nice approach by Jonathan Schoop. Yeah, we've seen him, not always, but much more so over especially the first 2 months of this year, cut his swing down a little bit. Shorten it, use the whole field. Got some big hits to right field. And if you make a mistake, home run power.
One out, nobody on. Schoop down in the count, 0-2. And he got him, another changeup. So Sip has faced 3 batters. He has struck out all 3 batters.
Yeah, the changeup's a powerful weapon when you have the same arm speed, and that's what sells it. Not only was he way out in front, it was off the plate by about 6 inches.
So Schoop 1 out of 3 as he heads back to the bench. And here's Ryan Flaherty. Will stay in and face the lefty. All the other relievers in that Astros pen are right-handed.
Well, you know what the book is on the majority of the Oriole hitters, and that is if you can change speeds and make quality pitches, you can give them trouble. And that's pretty safe to say for most teams, going through a lineup.
That ball's crushed down the line, but foul. Well, for every Orioles walk, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield will contribute $50 to support the Be More for Healthy Babies. The Orioles have drawn 129 walks. That's a total of $6,450. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and a more active lifestyle. 0-2 on Flaherty. Right back to Sip. And the underhand toss gets Flaherty. So Sip, after getting the final out in the 6th inning and stranding a runner at second, 3 up, 3 down in the 7th. 7th inning stretch in a tie game.
Got our Geico highlights early for the Orioles. Pedro Alvarez with his 3rd home run of the season will give the Orioles a 1-0 lead, and then after the Gaddis base hit, Valbuena 2-run shot off of Chris Tillman, and then the Orioles come back, home run number 13 for Manny Machado. We'll tie it 2-2. A couple of long distance home runs. Alvarez's goes 379, and then Machado a little bit farther, his 13th, and Valbuena's 3rd of the year. That's Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote.
There's Giles getting loose to work in the 8th. And of course, the Pedro home run made Cheryl Outlaw of Owings Mills very happy. She's our Maryland Lottery contestant of the game and won another $500 because of that blast. Well, Tillman stays on. Does not appear to be any activity in the Orioles pen. Moran and Valbuena will follow. Right to Davis. In between hop. He'll go to the bag unassisted. And 1 down. The Orioles bullpen in deep left center field. Well, join in on the fun on Facebook to win a meet and greet with Chris Davis and other prizes during our first virtual watch party. Tune into the game on Thursday and join the event discussion for tons of chances to win. Details and RSVP at facebook.com/MasonOrioles. You don't want to miss this.
Yeah, they call that bullpen the cage. That's how they refer to it.
So 1 away, and here's Moran.
The big cage down there in left center. Yeah, it is part of the quirky nature of this ballpark that you alluded to early.
Moran is 0 for 2. He has struck out and bounced into a double play. Foul back, 1-1. Darren O'Day and Michael Givens with Dom Cheedy. It's almost as if they're in like a dungeon out there. They have the covering in front of them because that's in fair territory right in front of them. Curveball outside. There's the covering. The wall out there is 25 feet high at that point. 19 feet in left field, but 25 feet out there in front of the bullpen. And if you're going to hit a home run, another sharply hit foul ball, it has to go over the yellow line that is the top of the wall by where the standing room is. You see the fans there standing.
Yeah, and then you have that line right up here.
Yeah,
I mean,
right
that's got to be a tough call for an umpire. Because if it hits the top of that railing, it's a home run.
And of course, you got Towles Hill out there, 436 feet away.
Goodbye.
Right down the middle.
Yeah, sliders and occasional curve balls, and then freezes him knee high outside third of the plate.
Now 2 down. Here's the dangerous Valbuena, who had a 2-run home run in the 5th. At the time, gave the Astros a 2-1 lead. And Machado came up next half inning and hit a home run to tie it. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
Well, this next pitch will be, well, they got a 99 on the board. So the board is 1 behind. 101st pitch.
0-2.
Yeah,
Paul, fastball.
Well, you're right. And then, 3-2, he got a pitch. Looked like a changeup, clobbered it to right for a 2-run home run. And that's pretty much the only really glaring mistake that Chris Tillman's made tonight.
Buena 1 out of 2 with that 2-run home run. Yeah, wouldn't chase. And Tillman, without a doubt, has done his job, even though at times it's been a struggle with the command. But he has found a way to get some big outs. Curveball foul back.
Yeah, it hasn't been wild, where because there's such a big difference at this level. I mean, there's the obvious wildness where you walk people. He's got 2 tonight, I think. 3. Worse than I thought, but 3. And there's the other ones where you're wild in the middle of the strike zone. So if you're walking people and then you're wild in the strike zone, where you give them a lot of hittable pitch, that's where you really get in trouble.
Sky to the left. Jerry Rickard has a play. And he's got it for the out, and Tillman has another 3-up, 3-down inning. That's back-to-back and 5 in this game. We'll head to the 8th, a good one, tied at 2. For O's action, Tyler Wilson will be on the mound for the O's. He'll be opposed by Colin McHugh. Our coverage on Matson begins at 7:30 with O's Extra presented by Jeep, and then game coverage at 8 o'clock. We've got all the access you need right here on Matson.
So Chris Tillman will be departing. Again, only the home run by Valbuena. One of those games where you pitch well enough to win, but run support, such an important part. The average of them coming in 5 runs a game, and Giles will come on. They get him from the Phillies. And again, you know, really struggled early on. They thought he may take Luke Gregerson's place as the closer. Then he gives up, what, 10 runs in his first 11 outings. And lately, a lot better. Fastball back, hard thrower. He can hit 100. So he comes from Philadelphia, where he's actually had back-to-back real good years. But better get ready, because he can get it up there.
Fastball for a strike to Joey Rickard, top of the lineup for the O's. Machado and Jones will follow. Well, they gave up 5 players to get him and 1 more. That's a big haul for a pitcher. Rickard, deep left field. Back that ball goes near the wall, and that ball is caught. I thought it hit the wall.
No. Tony Kemp was there. You know, it's funny, off the bat it appeared it was going to go a little farther, and then must have got it up on the end of the bat. So you got the other wall, and there's a big swing. And there goes Kemp, an outstanding second baseman playing left field because they need offense. Seems like it's a long way to where he caught that ball. It's really not that far, 360-ish feet.
I lost it in the white advertising sign.
I like your home run call. It was good. That got me excited. Unfortunately, just an F7.
Yep. Out. Manny 1 out of 2. His solo home run in the 6th tied the game. Not too far on the breaking ball.
Well, what a breaking ball that is. 96-86. Well, they got him because the back end of the bullpen, their average velocity of their bullpen was like 90.9 miles per hour last year. So now all of a sudden they get a hard thrower that saved 15 games for the Phillies. And there's another breaking ball. The Orioles saw him last year when they had the back-to-back 2-game series, Baltimore and Philly. Bottom drops out of it. And he pitches with an attitude. I mean, watch him stalk off the mound after he strikes out Manny Machado. He was a little 360.
Matty's not the closer. Adam is 0 for 3, reached on an error by Colin Moran, the third baseman, his last at bat. Line drive and a base hit. Adam Jones gets on with a 2-out single, so he's got a 3-game hitting streak going.
Well, you just never know. I mean, you get a 2-out base hit, and he hit a pretty good fastball. He just fights it off. I mean, real short stroke, didn't overswing. Well, you like to see that from Adam Jones. Finds a hole out there, and you get last year's home run champ up to the plate. And in this kind of ballpark, with all the quirkiness and all the alleys, all it takes is something up a gap.
Ball 1 outside to Chris Davis.
Yeah, they kept talking in the paper he's hit 100 on a couple of occasions. And I've never thought when I try to pitch, if you try to throw harder, you usually don't. So maybe that 100 comes naturally.
Foul tip held onto by Castro at 96. Adam Jones, the tie-breaking run at first with 2 men down. Good breaking ball.
Yeah, I put it in the great category myself. That's how good that breaking ball is, especially when you're throwing 96. And the good breaking ball, Jim, now, I mean, you know, we see 96, 86, but out of your hand, you don't pick it up.
They're just trying to get Tillman a run. Just did get a piece to stay alive. Davis has seen Ken Giles only once. He's 0 for 1. Adam Jones, a 2-out single. He's at first. Talking to Jordan Baker, the first base umpire. Fisted was Correa in the shift, and he's got it for the out. For the 2-out single, and a man left. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Night is done for Tillman. We're tied 2-2.
Chris Tillman had won his last 5 starts, and he's pretty good tonight. Really, it comes down to one pitch, and that was the Valbuena 2-run home run. Again, when he had to make pitches, he did, using them all. A chance to win, certainly pitched well enough. They don't give him enough runs, so pretty much everything the same. A few more fastballs, a few less change-ups. Only the 3 hits, but the 2-run shot. That's how they get on the board. And Darren O'Day will come in. There's the Astros hitter in the bottom of the 7th. Fastball, slider, pretty much 2 pitches. Has a changeup. He'll throw every once in a while in spring training. And then good numbers. Fly ball pitcher. See, 60, almost 2/3 of the ball in the air.
And a called strike to Tony Kemp.
And now a battle of the bullpens.
Darren last worked Saturday in Anaheim, an inning in the 3rd scoreless. Not allow a base runner. This one's popped up. Machado and Rickard. Joey calls and one away here in the Astros 8th. Let's get a look at our Mile 1 upcoming schedule, brought to you by Mile 1 Automotive, offering you 20 convenient locations throughout the Baltimore area. Visit us in-store or online at mile1.com. Some more night games to close out the middle portion of this 9-game road trip. 8 o'clock tomorrow, 8 o'clock Thursday, and then the Orioles off to Cleveland to complete the 3-city 9-game trip with games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, the Indians look, where is that scoreboard? It looks like the Indians are going to break the Chris Sale 9-0 record.
They're 6-2 in the 8th.
Yep. They're looking to go 10-0. He won't win his 10th, but I suppose they could always get him off the hook.
Springer to shallow right center field. This ball's trouble, and it slides in there for a base hit. Springer stick at 2, and a hustle double. Trumbo was very, very deep in right field, and that ball off the end of the bat, he just couldn't get there.
Well, that's fine, except, what happens is Mark Trumbo, he's really a first baseman, and boy, when the ball's in front of you like that, you want to catch it. I think Adam had a better chance, but then when Trumbo's there, so the ball falls, but not only does it fall, it turns into a double. That's exactly what the Astros won in a tie ball game. A looping single turns into a double. When you don't play a lot of right field, it's one of those things where you want to make the catch. And to his credit, he was airing it out. He was happy. Probably read a single off the bat.
So good hustle by Springer. Tie-breaking run in scoring position with one down for Altuve. This is not the guy you want up here now if you're the Orioles. He's 0 for his last 11, and he's too good of a hitter to be 0 for 11.
Well, he also hits well in the clutch. I mean, well over 300 coming in at 313, and gets a slider up in his own, has a big swing.
He's also just 1 for his last 15. Head-to-head against O'Day, Altuve is 0 for 3.
And the other problem is Springer does really run well. As we mentioned, he's not a base stealer. 3 out of 9 attempts, and he's not going to run here, but any potential base hit, good chance of scoring because of the speed factor.
Slow roller foul wide of third. Altuve down in the count 0-2.
Yeah, their best hitter with runners in scoring position got tossed, and that was Colby Rasmus. Came in hitting .372.
Now Springer the go-ahead run at second, 1 man down. Center field. That chases Jones. That ball's way out there, and Adam runs it down. Springer will tag and easily get to third, but 2 men are out.
That ball's probably hit, what, about 415? Wasn't an easy out because Adam had a long way to go. Boy, does he drive this ball. Camden Yards, big trouble. Another right angle right here, and Adam makes a nice play picking it up, and then meanwhile Springer tagging.
Camden Yards, that would be out there on the sod farm. So Adam runs it down for a big second out.
Well, I really right here, if you look who's on deck, I do not pitch to Carlos Correa here. You know, the next guy has really been struggling. I mean, he's 5 for 43. And I got to pitch right around him. And if I'm Buck Showalter, I'm walking him, without a doubt.
Slider for a strike.
Now, he may get him out, but this is very risky.
Correa's 0 for 3. Swings for the fastball, so it's 0-2.
There's about a 140-point difference between Marishnev on deck and Correa, who's at the plate. And again, like I said, maybe it won't make any difference because Darren O'Day can be that good.
Well, Correa's never seen O'Day, so certainly a unique pitcher to have to face for the first time. Lined right to Stope.
And the Orioles get lucky.
Blistering line drive will end the inning. So the hustle double, 1 man left. We are through 8 in Houston. Good game, tied at 2. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. A lovely night in Houston. Warm and humid. Roof is closed. Climate control conditions, and here comes the closer to try to save a tie and get the Astros up in the bottom of the ninth.
Well, that's baseball strategy now. You bring in your best pitcher. Even that may be Will Harris, because he's gone 18 consecutive innings without giving up a run. But he is your closer. You bring him in. Loves his slider. You can see a lot of ground balls. Does not give in. A little bit. Orioles didn't see Houston Street because he had an oblique injury, but he's very similar to that. Maybe throws a touch harder. But tries to stay out of the middle of the plate and not afraid to throw the slider and any count.
He'll face Trumbo, Wieters, and Alvarez. Mark is due. He is 0 for 3 and 0 for his last 13. And on the trip now has just 1 hit in 15 at bats.
And there's the slider. You know, Gregerson's a big guy, kind of short arms it. It must be hard to pick up the spin. And then of course he can, he can cut it a little bit. He can, 90, 91. That's where he tops out. And he's always around the plate. Looks like it's going to be a slider down and away. And it was. Yeah. You almost have to, at least to 2 strikes, give him the inside half, because his command is that good when he's on his game. And it's just a veteran guy that knows what he needs to do to try to get hitters out, and usually is able to do it.
So Trumbo's 0 for 4. And here's Wieters. Not 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts. Bunted foul. Castro trying to say that he was in fair territory, but Dana DeMuth said no, it bounced up and hit him in the batter's box. That's not a bad play by Wieters, although he does have home run power.
Well, looked like he was trying to actually pull the ball. And maybe that's because it's a slider. I mean, I couldn't really tell from that bat angle. You just see him. I could see him on a ball away that, you just try to bunt it down to third base because nobody's there.
The shift remains on. Off speed pitch.
Yeah, changeup. And throw a lot of them.
This Gregerson, he's a workhorse, one of only 3 major league relievers with at least 60 appearances in the last 7 years combined.
Well, this is home field advantage. If you get in the lead, you probably see Britton on the left, and on the right, the game stays tied. But the home field advantage for the Astros is you bring your best pitcher in, try to get 3 outs, and then score.
Not trying to go the other way with a breaking ball, fouls it back.
Yeah, another pitcher that if you look at the radar gun, you're going, well, it's not that special. But when you take the movement, the ability to keep the ball out of the middle of the plate, be able to pitch up and down and in and out underneath the kneecaps, be very effective.
And there's a base hit to left field for Wieters. So he goes with it. Now it's a 5-game hitting streak and gets on with 1 down in this tie game in the ninth.
Doesn't he make it easy? I mean, he makes it look so easy when he's swinging well, and just Gregerson gets a ball up, probably what he didn't want to do, and he just got on top of it.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. So the go-ahead run is on, and Wieters. Here's Pedro Alvarez. Ball 1 inside. Alvarez has seen Gregerson 5 times. He is 1 for 5 against him. Pedro homered in the 5th inning, which at the time gave the O's a 1-0 lead. little bit low, ball 2. Now thinking ahead here, if Wieters gets in the scoring position, do you lift him for a pinch runner knowing you got Caleb to catch the ninth?
Yeah, well, then you might burn 2. I mean, who are you going to run? Not Kim.
Well, you have Nolan Rimal.
Well, I understand that, but then you burn 2 players. And Pedro chasing ball 3. Yeah, I was always thinking, you know, they might think about doing that at first base because it'd be difficult for Wieters to score on a double. He's in the speed factor.
Two and two as he swings through the fastball.
Well, he's around the plate. Those are balls, and of course the illusion is they're going to be strikes, and then the movement gets you. And if you're Luke Gregerson, why not try it again? Don't want to throw him anything that he could get any leverage on. So once again, go underneath the zone. See if he chases for the 3rd straight time. And he did. That was a better pitch.
They got ahead 2-0, and then Pedro swung through 3 consecutive pitches.
Yeah, this one actually, this is a strike. You have to swing at that one because the count's 2-2.
Well, here's Jonathan Scope. Singled in his first at bat, 1 for 3 for the game. Orioles have now struck out 9 times in this game. Thinking fastball, got the slider, 0-1.
Yeah, you got to hope he makes a mistake, and he did get a ball up to Matt Wieters, and he pinged it into left. And that's been it.
Same pitch. Scope down 0-2.
Yeah, the slider, the good slider, you don't see the spin, and that's how you swing at a ball that's what? I don't know, a foot outside. Because you don't think it's going there, but it does. It just keeps going. And then Gregerson's a tall kid, or a tall man.
Well, that time Jonathan laid off, so it's 1-2.
Now it becomes a whole different ball game if he stays one, starts it on the inside half, because we've seen Jonathan wallop those pitches. But if he starts it on the outside corner and it just runs off the plate and he doesn't pick it up, we're going to see another wave.
Wieters the go-ahead run at first. 2-2 game in the ninth. 1-2 on Scope. And popped up foul back this way.
And he hung that pitch. One of the few hittable sliders he's thrown.
Well, visit MassetSports.com. Care First to vote for tonight's Care First Fearless Player of the Game. Live fearless with the name trusted for over 75 years. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Well, Pedro should get some votes. He did hit a home run earlier in the game. Manny should get some votes. Tillman should get some votes. Wieters is running, and the pitch is outside. Throw to second base. He is safe. Wieters steals second base.
One of the things you try to do when you control the running game, and even though I'm sure Luke Gregerson didn't think he was going to run, is that you make him stop. So again, he gets a running lead. And then the throw's just a little bit high. Altuve's got to come out and try to catch it, then make the tag. And now you got the go-ahead run in scoring position.
2-2 on Scope. Bounce towards third. That's a tough play and no play. And Scope is going to reach.
Yeah, Moran makes a nice play in the sense that he doesn't throw it. I mean, why risk? Even though Matt Wieters doesn't run well, why? I mean, that's going to be a tough throw. And again, Scope gets out of the box pretty quickly. He just kind of puts it in his back pocket. Because of the hard infield here, he's got to go back. All of a sudden, that is one heck of a long throw.
Wieters, by the way, last stole a base in 2013. That is his 7th in his career. The Scope has a 2-hit game. Now can Flaherty come through with a base hit? He is hitless on the night. Go ahead runners at third with 2 down. Inside, ball 1.
And Gregerson, because of the scoreboard, he's going to decide who he wants to pitch to. Is it going to be Flaherty? Is it going to be Rickard on deck? Veteran pitchers do.
First and third with 2 down. Inside, ball 2.
Could be a pitch around.
Flaherty has never faced Gregerson. Wieters at third, Scope at first, 2 away here in the Oriole ninth.
Yeah, the movement must really be deceptive, Jim, because I mean that's the same 2 pitches, 2-0 that Alvarez swung through, and then he struck him out on the ball a little bit higher. I know he's a sinker slider guy, and of course you want to make him bring the ball up, and Alvarez couldn't do it or didn't do it, and he chased a ball that was a little bit out of the zone there.
Outside, ball 3. The fans are getting on Dana Demuth for every close pitch that the Astros don't get because of the Rasmus at bat.
Well, this is a ball. I mean, it's off the plate, and all you have to do is watch Jason Castro bring it back about 3-4 inches. But you just can't give in a 2-2 ball game. You got to either make your pitch or walk him. It's not like you can take a chance. Groove one.
And he did walk him.
Yeah, I think the minute he got 2-0, he was thinking, okay, I'll either make my pitches or I'll take my chances with Joey Rickard, who was a rookie, and righty versus righty.
So the bases are loaded. Joey is 0 for 4 in the game. Wieters at third, Scope at second, Flaherty at first, and 2 men down. Rickard flied out to deep left field his last at bat. He's also popped to short and grounded out twice.
Yeah, and then righties hit 152 off of Gregerson coming in. And he's so much more comfortable. Lefties up in the 250 range.
And with the bases loaded now, he's going to the full windup.
Well, you don't see a whole lot of relievers do that. There's another one.
And Joey down on the count 0-2. Second time in this game the Orioles have loaded the bases.
Another slider. Right on the corner. And now he'll just, once he makes a mistake, he's just going to keep going out and out and out.
And he got it. Slider. Rickard couldn't reach. And for a second time in this game, the Orioles leave the bases loaded. Here we go to the bottom of the ninth in a 2-2 game. A 2-2 game. All the runs on home runs in this game. As Rick told you about the Machado and Alvarez home runs, and it was Valbuena with a 2-run shot in the 5th that got the Astros their 2 runs. Well, we invite you to visit Orioles.com/voteorange and vote for the 2016 All-Star Game. Vote at least 5 times and select the O's as your favorite team, and you'll be entered to win an All-Star Game jersey signed by the Orioles All-Stars. If you vote at least 20 times and select the O's, you'll receive a promo code for a buy one, get one ticket offer for any game in the July series against the Rockies. So vote early, vote often, vote orange. Visit Orioles.com/voteorange today.
Well, Brad Brock comes on, and he's having a terrific year again. Fastball changeup slider pitcher. Low ERA, record 4-0. More of a fly ball pitcher. Marishnev takes the place of Kobe Erasmus. He's been out there for, what, 3 innings since Erasmus got tossed, arguing strike 3. 9 home runs last year, but he's been struggling. Big, strong guy. Excellent outfielder. That you mentioned came over in that Miami Marlins trade.
There is Will Harris, who has been on some kind of a roll, getting loose to pitch in the 10th if this game continues. Ooh, close pitch. 2-1. Bradless worked on Saturday. He was the winning pitcher. And the Orioles 3-1 win over the Angels on the Wieters home run. Foul got a piece of Wieters' mask.
Yeah, he came in when Michael Gibbons got in trouble and kept the game at 1-0. And then the Wieters walked kind of a on the road walk-off home run because he hit the home run, and then Britton would come in and struggle a little bit, but the Orioles would win 3-1.
Gaddis is on deck, and then Castro. Orioles trying to get this game to the 10th. Fouled off to the right. With the 2 hits in the top of the ninth, the Orioles now have 6 hits. The Astros have had just 4 hits. 3 against Tillman, 1 against Springer. Or 1 Springer's double against O'Day. Bucks Birds have won back-to-back series on the road, trying to get the opener here. 3-2.
And the other thing about Marishnev is he can steal some bases, so he becomes a running threat. That ball just off the outside corner. Sold 24 bases last year.
Popped him up right field towards the line. Trumbo over. And he's got it. So 1 away here in the 9th inning. And Brock retires a potential base stealer for the first out. Brad has gone 3 consecutive appearances without giving up a run. And he's allowed just 1 run in his last 6 appearances. And a very steady year for Brad out of the bullpen. Evan Gaddis. Gaddis has seen Brock only once. He's 0 for 1 against him. Deep left field. Did he get enough? Lickard is there. He has a play. And he's got it for the out. He hit it too high. 2 men down. Sounded good off the bat.
Well, in this ballpark, it's a little bit like Fenway when you hit it out that way. Even though the wall's not quite as high, it'll get your heart going. Yeah, big swing. Another guy that hit 27 home runs last year. Great extension, but as we see very often in this game, you get under pitches, and he just got under that and skied it to left. Usually could have been out of here.
Now here is Castro, who is 0 for 2 plus a walk on the night. Good changeup.
Yeah, that's the one pitch. And, Brad Brock certainly had some labrum shoulder problems before he came to the Orioles, and we had always talked in San Diego maybe he'd be a starting pitcher because of the changeup, the slider, and the fastball, 3 pitches. And they really control and command all 3 of them. But they just said nope. Never, I mean, a little bit of history of shoulder problems. He said it never bothered him again, but he's been in the pen.
Strike at the knees.
Well, they turn around on every pitch. They've been now. The ball could be low, but the thing, the Orioles have gotten some pitches that maybe were questionable, but tonight it's in the Astros, and it kind of gives you an idea. They're 17-28. They've lost 4 in a row. They don't like it.
Wouldn't chase the changeup. Count evens 2-2.
Because Matt Weeder says, well, let's try another one down right where we're in that area, and that makes sense. But a little bit low.
I don't know if you're in the neighborhood.
Well, Castro does have home run power. The home runs have gone down. I mean, 3 years ago he had 16, and then 14, and then 11. He's looking for a pitch to drive, and you're trying to stay out of that zone.
Oh, that pitch had a lot of movement on it. He's 54 career home runs. His former first-round pick. It's 29 in June, facing Brad Brock. Turned 30. Line to left. And right there is Rickard. He has it for the out, and we are going extras. So Brad Brock has a 3-up, 3-down night. So a good strong inning for Brock. We'll head to the 10th in Houston, tied at 2.
On in a 2-2 ball game as the Astros and the Orioles get ready to play the top of the 10th inning. As Jim Hunter told you earlier, boy, Will Harris has been on a roll. Great cutter, 18 scoreless appearances in a row. So minuscule ERA, 11 hits in 19 2/3 innings, almost strikeout, a little bit more than that, 1 an inning. Righties, no chance at 118. Ground ball pitcher. And hasn't yet to throw out of the ballpark. And they got him on waivers from Arizona. Figure that one out.
The Orioles have the heart of their lineup coming up here. It'll be Machado, then Jones and Davis. So 3 potential long ball threats against a pitcher who, as Jim just alluded to, does not allow home runs.
Yeah, fastball, curveball. And the movement on his fastball is kind of like Mariano Rivera, where it really
Slice down the line towards the pole, but it fades back foul.
They said what he gave up a run in his first appearance of the year, and since then
nothing.
18
1/3 consecutive scoreless innings.
Pretty good velocity, 92, 93.
Short. Correa gets a nice hop. One down in the Oriole 10th.
Boy, he get rid of that in a hurry.
Here's the Orioles season. They began the year 7-0, then went 9-12, and they've turned it around the last 14, going 10-4. They were 14-9 in April, 12-7 so far in May. And unlike what the Astros have lived through with their losing streaks, the Orioles have had just one losing streak of 3 games. They have done a real good job of the times they've lost 2, winning the next game to avoid a losing streak. Adam Jones is 1 out of 4 on the night. He's also reached on an error. Good breaking ball. He swings through it. Adam has seen Harris once, and he's 0 for 1. Same pitch, same result.
Well, their bullpen would seem to. I mean, if you look at the numbers last year in 2015, again, great start, 18-7, and then the pen goes 8-13 over the final 2 months. High ERA over 4 runs a game, and then 4 blown saves in the division series. Or maybe they go a little bit farther in the postseason.
So Jones down in the count, 0-2. Bounced it to see if he'd chase.
One of those pitches you try to keep it under the zone. Zach Britton getting loose for the Orioles, and then you trust your catcher. Astros made a couple of nice plays, keep it in front of him.
If this game stays tied, Brock will probably pitch the bottom of the 10th. He's getting the closer ready just in case. One and 2 on Jones. That time he got a piece. That one was a little higher.
Yeah, that's the cutter. Cutter just right to left, righty to righty, and then the way Willie Harris has used it on left-handers, in on their fist. See where the target is, and he misses that. Ball's out over the plate, and it is a good swing.
Harris has changed organizations 3 times on waiver claims. And a good take there. 2-2. He was drafted by Colorado in 2006. Then in 2013, the Athletics claimed him on waivers from the Rockies as they were trying to outright him. Then Arizona claimed him on waivers from Oakland the following year. And then the Astros claimed him from Arizona in November of 2014. A foul at the plate. Adam has life. Last year got into 68 games with the Astros. The year before in Arizona, he had a tough year and he spent some time in the minors, and I guess they were trying to clear a 40-man roster spot and they ended up losing him.
Well, they had 16 scoreless innings at the end of that year, and yet they just figured maybe they put him on the 40-man roster, try to keep him in the organization, and then he was claimed by Houston. And what did he do? He pitched in 68 games, had an ERA of under 2 runs a game.
A little bit low. Adam thought he was about to be called out. Started walking back to the bench. Just watch the gesture at the end of this pitch.
Well, the ball's low, but not by much.
Takes the bat and knocks the dirt out of the cleats. So this will be the 8th pitch in this at bat after falling behind quickly, 0-2. And he got him. Fastball down and in.
Yeah, 93, a little extra. Got away from the cutter and just the burner.
'11th strikeout by Oriole batters tonight. Breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty crisp stuff out of their bullpen. Likewise, the Orioles. Giles was throwing 96 with that kind of curveball, and Sip, he came in, pitched very well for them. And there's the cutter right in on Chris Davis's fist. Hard to get the bat head to that pitch.
Orioles have won each of their extra inning games. Astros 2 and 3 in their 5. Davis down on the count 0-2. And he got him. Davis down on strikes for a second time tonight. And the Orioles go 3 up, 3 down in the 10th. We head to the bottom of the 10th. O's and Astros deadlocked at 2.
Sometimes we played a lot of home games. I don't want to say stale, but I thought we were ready to get out and kind of get on the road. There's a lot of things about going on the road sometimes that are welcome, but I think our guys know what we have to do home and away to do well mathematically if you look at the history of how it's supposed to work.
Well, the Orioles had that long stretch where they had a 10-game homestand, went on the road for 3, and then came home for a 7-game homestand. Of course, one of those games on the road got rained out in Minnesota. The Bucs team, they played pretty well on the road this year, 9-8 overall, and they've won 5 of the last 6. Moran fouls it off past Rich Dower, and it's 0-1. Sounded like he broke his back.
Oh, yeah. Well, swung at a ball about 6 inches inside, and young hitter, 288 hitter down at AAA Fresno.
23 years old in the big leagues. Made his major league debut on May 18th. This is his 3rd start and 4th game appearance. And Brock gets a fastball by him. It's 0-2.
Well, it's not like as we look at Scott Feldman. The Orioles had him briefly and then signed a 3-year deal as a starter, but hurt last year and now in the bullpen.
Up and in, he lays off a ball on 2 strikes.
We're talking about the Astros. They've scored 5 runs coming into this game in their last 5 games after averaging 5.5 in the 6 previous. So it's one of those years where they don't pitch well when they do score, and when they don't score, they don't pitch well. And that's, again, Powder River tried to hit it inside 3rd of the plate. Ball runs in, and Moran has no chance. Thinking about speeding up the bat.
Well, here's where he's got to be careful. Here's Valbuena, 2-run home run in the 5th, and you know he's thinking long ball here to end it.
Well, inside half hitter, and that's what he was able to get. Looked like a changeup 3-2 off of Chris Tillman.
Rock misses inside. Valbuena 0 for 2 in his head-to-heads against Brock.
What a changeup. Well, we're seeing some really good pitching out of the bullpens by both teams.
Orioles bullpen is now 3rd in the American League in bullpen ERA off the 4 runs given up on Sunday. 2.67 is the bullpen's ERA. That ball's ripped into the shift. Diving stop by Flaherty. He throws and safe at first as Davis can't hold on.
Oh, what a great effort by Ryan Flaherty. Valbuena swinging the bat because he got a hittable pitch again. Inside 3rd of the plate, turns on it and hits it into the shift. And then Flash, that's Ryan Flaherty's nickname. Look at him make a move up to the top of your right-hand screen. So he gets to it. And then a quick throw because he knew he had to hurry. And Chris Davis can't backhand it.
Yeah, Chris went for that line drive and didn't totally get set, but still nearly made the scoop. Well, that'll bring up the rookie Tony Kemp.
Yeah, the shift, you play so deep, it's a long way to first base, and that's why Ryan Flaherty had to rush the throw.
Tony Kemp, a rookie, is 0 for 2. He's also drawn a walk. 2 players on the bench for the Astros, Tyler White, who is a rookie, and the veteran utility man Marwin Gonzalez. They only have a 3-man bench, and Rasmus was ejected.
Now, my question, do they bunt here? Got a young player.
1 out?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I understand there's 1 out. Maybe you take a shot. I mean, you lost 4 in a row. I mean, you'd love to get a guy into scoring position. And if you're A.J. Hinch,
slicing down the left field line, that's back out of play.
I know that's very unconventional. I just kind of wondered it might be at that point. Plus, he's got a lot of speed. It's a lot of pressure if you do drop 1 down. You can get him at first base.
Foul back to the left.
Probably why I never managed,
Well, the one play, and I don't know if he is this type of player as Michael Gibbons gets up. With his speed, the drag bunt would be something that you'd say, yeah, that's not a bad play, because if he beats it out, then there's 2 on. If he doesn't, the runner moves up. And now he's down in the count 0-2. Valbuena does not have a steal.
He probably won't be running here. I mean, obviously what the Astros would love is Brad Brock's going to try to stay away from that, is the ground ball into right field with Davis holding Valbuena on.
And he wouldn't chase good either. There's been 1 steal against Brock in 1 attempt. Buck on the phone to see if Gibbons is ready. That is now 25 pitches. Somehow got a piece of that to stay alive.
Yeah, the little change up and your right check swing.
Brad trying to get some of the clay out of his cleats. There's the winning run at first. 1 man down. Upstairs, 2-2. After Tony Kemp, lineup turns over. The leadoff man Springer waits on deck.
Yeah, when Michael Givens is up, again, if you're Buck Showalter, you got to really worry about the splits, because he gets righties out but does not get lefties. Of course, the first 3 hitters, top of their lineup, are all right-handed. And now with Marishna coming in, the first 4 are right-handed, and Gaddis, that's 5, and then Castro, of course, is left-handed. As you mentioned, a very short bench. Won't be pinch hitting for any of those guys.
Ball 3.
Yeah, I think what Buck Showalter worries about is that Brad Brach can be a high energy max effort pitcher. So when the pitch count gets to where it's high for him, you're a little concerned. And the pitch count now at 28.
And this will be the 7th pitch in this at bat. And Kemp was 0-2 after 2 pitches. Go to first to keep Valbuena close. Wouldn't be surprised to see Valbuena put in motion here. 3-2 with 1 down. Orioles outfield is shallow for Kemp, especially Jones in center field. Runner doesn't go, and a swing and a miss. He got him. Brad Brach with a huge strikeout and 2 away.
Just up the ladder in 95, and this is all he's going to do it. Great movement, great velocity, great location, and usually gets it done.
So Brach trying to get this game to the 11th.
And your biggest fear as a manager, because of the pitch count, which is now, what, 29, that you'll lose him tomorrow.
Springer has 2 hits, a single and a hustle double. Line to center field, that's a base hit. Valbuena to second and stops there. Adam throws behind him. So a 3-hit game for George Springer.
Yeah, a little slider, and it just stays up enough, and then he just wails at it. Serves it into center field. And that's going to bring Buck Showalter to the mound.
And Marwin Gonzalez is going to pitch run for Valbuena.
Well, you get the matchup. I'm not sure it's the one you want, but you get righty versus righty. Bring it in Givens.
So Brach leaves Givens on in the 10th.
In with 2 outs to try to get Altuve, one of the best hitters in the American League, out. There are the numbers to work down the statistics you're going to see, righties very, very good at 188. Lefties a whole different story. Fly ball pitcher, strikeout pitcher. That's the one number that's not where he really would like it to be. Of course, he hopes that number comes down tonight. Tough assignment.
So the winning run at second, that's Marwin Gonzalez pinch running. Tony Kemp, or excuse me, Springer's at first. And 2 outs in the inning. Altuve is 0 for 4, including a line out with 2 men on in the 5th. Gibbons gets ahead of him 0-1. Gibbons has never faced any of the Astros batters. Check swing and appeal. Did not swing.
Yeah, he's more about velocity and just hope that the breaking ball breaks than actually pinpoint control. Again, the deception.
Line right to Chris Davis, and the game continues. That is the 3rd line drive to an Oriole infielder to end an inning and leave men on base in scoring position. Wow, that ball is smoked, and just behind the runner is Chris Davis. Each team now with 6 base hits. We go to the top of the 11th, and back to the bullpen we go. Scott Feldman, Jim, comes on for the Astros.
Yeah, fastballs, little cutters. I mean, that'll be in that fastball category. He loves his curveball. Why not? Throws it a lot. It's a good one. A 33-year-old right-hander. He signed a 3-year deal after he came over to the Orioles briefly. He was part of the Jake Arrieta, Pedro Strop trade back in 2013, and then got $30 million, $10 million a year for 3 years, and not very good the first year, hurt the second year, and so they come in with what Gonzalez goes to
first base. Yep. He pitch ran for Valbuena. And here is Trumbo, and a strike on the corner. Trumbo not pleased.
Well, they keep hitting the outside corner.
The vicinity of the corner.
Yeah. And that's what Feldman can do. He can change speeds with the best of them. A lot of movement.
Foul the other way. It's 0-2.
Yeah, I think Mark was just happy to see something up in the zone. Maybe a little bit outside. He's a big, tall guy. He's a better high ball hitter. And when you get balls in the middle of the plate and elevate him, he becomes a home run threat.
That bounces up there. Trumbo is 0 for 5 head-to-head against Scott Feldman.
So 5 out of the 7 relief appearances pitched pretty well. They've been scoreless. 3 earned runs in 10 2/3 innings, so he's pitched multiple innings on occasion.
And he got him. Chased the breaking ball that bounced.
That was the hook. That was a good one. You know, it's funny when you do your sides, if you're a starter, even a reliever, what am I going to throw when I get 2 strikes? And I'm going to bury a curveball, and then if you're not picking the ball up well and Mark's going through one of these periods, you get him to chase pitches like that.
Well, here's Wieters. Fouls it off. The Orioles' last extra inning game was May the 5th against the Yankees. It was the walk-off wild pitch game. And their other extra inning game was on April 20th against the Blue Jays that they won 4-3 in 10. Ball and a strike on Wieters, who singled his last at-bat in the 9th inning to extend his hitting streak to 5 in a row. Ball 2. Zach Britton again getting loose just in case the Orioles get a lead. Ooh, good cut. So 2-2 the count. In the bottom of the 11th, Correa, Marisnick, and Gaddis are due up. There's only one player left on the bench of the Astros, position player wise, and that's the rookie Tyler White. 2-2 on Wieters, 1 out, nobody on. And a base hit down the left field line. He hit it against the shift. Wieters is hustling around first, and he's going to pull into second base with a double. Boy, that's how well he's swinging, Jim. He just went with the pitch and kept it fair. So the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 down.
Well, that's the kind of the way you're supposed to hit. And Feldman, of course, doesn't hit his spot. De Castro slides up and in. He misses away. You're right. Nobody's playing there. And now you're going to get the pinch runner we talked about earlier. And Raimel will come in and pinch run. Better speed with an out here in the 11th.
So Wieters, the high fives on the bench. He has a multi-hit night, his 8th multi-hit game. And he's also now, Jim, 4 consecutive multi-hit games for Wieters.
Well, it's amazing when you talk to hitters that get hot. They said, I kind of know where the bat head is, so I can get that bat head to the ball. Same with pitchers. Know where my release point is. And Matt knows where the bat head is. It makes it look very easy when he gets in one of these hot streaks.
Here's Pedro Alvarez. Shift is on. Foul back the other way. Up to the upper deck and down below. Pedro 1 out of 3 with a solo home run. That came in the 5th inning. His 3rd home run on the year. Raimel, the pinch runner, representing the go-ahead run. Moran has to stay over near 3rd with the runner at 2nd, but 3 infielders are on the right side. Right down the middle.
Yeah, so now he can cut it in. He can use the big, slow curveball. We've already seen that. Trumbo strike out. The curveball 78 miles per hour, so big difference. About 14 miles per hour slower. Because of the count, don't have to throw it for a strike.
0-2 on Pedro. And he doesn't chase. Orioles are 2-1 on the trip. 10 above 500 at 26-16. Began the day percentage points up on Boston for first place in the division. The Red Sox won again tonight. Beat Colorado 8-3 behind David Price. And a bouncer, that is a fair ball back at first. Gonzalez has it. He goes to the bag. Reimold ends up at 3rd, but now 2 men are down. Yankees won again tonight, Jim. They're back to 500. They shut out Toronto 6-0.
They've won 6 in a row. Well, Pineda won a game the other night, first time in a long, long time. So they're getting healthier.
Evaldi beat Dickey in that game in New York. So here's Scope looking for a 2-out base hit. Swings through it 0-1. Scope is actually, he has fared well against Feldman. He is 3 for 5 against him. Here's the go-ahead run at third with 2 down. Upstairs, good take, 1-1.
Yeah, you can see Scott Feldman out of the bullpen like a lot of starters has added a mile or 2 on his fastball. The duration of and the hitters are going to face are going to be limited.
Hit towards Altuve. He gloves and knocks him down from his knees. He throws and he gets Scope. And the Orioles strand the go-ahead run at third. Well, the same thing happened to the Astros. Hard hit ball, but right at an infielder. It's happened to Houston 3 times in this game. So 1-out double, a man stranded at third. Fine defensive play by Altuve. Orioles pinch ran for Matt Wieters. Reimold left stranded at third on that hard smash off the bat of Scope. Givens stays on. He got the final out of the 10th and stranded 2 runners. He's got to get through Correa, then Marisnick, and Evan Gattis in the 11th. So this is now the longest game of the year for the Orioles. The prior 2 extra inning games that they won were both 10-inning games. Correa is 0 for 4. Breaking ball just inside. So Givens came on and got the final out. A lot of adrenaline. Now sitting on the bench, comes back for a 2nd inning. Good changeup.
Yep. Perfectly thrown outside corner.
And foul back the other way.
Yeah, a little more hittable there. The slider's a wonderful pitch, but if you hang it, and there's a little bit of the hanger variety, it can go a long way. It just speeds up the bat. Even though it looks like Correa, Carlos looks like, for a young hitter, he very much like Manny Machado will use the whole field. And great power right center.
A little late on that swing at 96.
Yeah, Enos Cabell, again, one of the executive assistants here, he's a good player in his own right, said, do you know a good hitter that couldn't hit the ball the other way? Very few pull hitters. And then Trout.
And he got him. Wow, went upstairs at 96.
So he established the slider and then blew him away at 96 up out of the zone.
So the first strikeout for Michael Gibbons. There's Marisnik. Popped up, right side, Scope is calling. And a 1-pitch out, 2 away in the 11th. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens if we get to a 12th. Of course, if the Orioles get the lead, it'll be Britton. But there are then lefty, lefty switch, and lefty at the bottom of this lineup. And foul back off the bat of Gaddis.
He never walked in his first full year. Did not walk a whole lot. I mean, on base percentage was 28% last year, but he can hit home runs. 30 walks in 566 at bats. He's not up there right now to walk either. One of those guys you just cannot let him beat you with a home run, which is what he wants to do. Try to get a ball to drive. Just missed one earlier off of Brad Brock. Skied it to left.
Fouls it off the other way, so the count evens 2-2. A little late on that swing.
Yeah, 97 at the knees on the outside part of the plate.
Evan Gaddis, one of the few hitters in baseball, Jim, no batting gloves. Likes to feel the wood. Pop them up foul. And it's going to be back in the crowd, out of play. The remaining crowd. Two outs, nobody on in the 11th in this 2-2 game. Just inside with a breaking ball. He had Gaddis frozen there, but it bent around the plate. Left-handed batter Jason Castro is on deck. There does not appear to be any activity in the Oriole bullpen out there in left center field. Struck him out with an off-speed pitch. Outstanding call there by Caleb Joseph and perfectly executed by Michael Gibbons. So Gibbons gets him 3 out, 3 down. On we go to the 12th, tied at 2. The Orioles have their 2 runs on a pair of solo home runs. Each home run, by the way, was a leadoff home run. Alvarez in the 5th, Machado in the 6th. Flaherty, then Rickard and Machado. Feldman on for a 2nd inning of work. A lot of 1-out double to Reeders, who was then lifted for a pinch runner. Reimold moved to 3rd on the Alvarez ground out, but Schoop lined out hard. A 1-hopper to Altuve. And Flaherty slapping it the other way, and it's 0-1. Ryan is 0 for 3. 1 for 9 on the road trip. Up his bat. For the month of May now, he's batting just 190.
Yeah, he was sent down, and actually in limited bats at AAA Norfolk hit well. But with Caleb and Flaherty at the bottom of the lineup, I mean, there's a big hole there. Last year, Caleb drove in, what, 49 runs, 4th on the club. And there's the hook.
Yeah, neither Flaherty or Caleb have an RBI in the year. It's pretty amazing this deep into the season. Looked like a generous call. Feldman is the 6th pitcher used by the Astros. The Orioles have used 4. Good take. He almost went. Now Zach Britton in the Orioles bullpen, he's been up the last couple of innings, and he must be loose because he's watching the game with Tom Sheedy, peeking out from behind the fence there. Doesn't want to leave his bullets out there. 2-2 on Flaherty. And somehow got a piece. Flaherty is 0 for 1 in his only prior appearance against Feldman. Those fans are hanging out. They're not going to leave. Well, 2-2 on Flaherty, leading off in the Orioles' 12th. Strike 3 call. Fastball on the outside corner.
Yeah, when you're not hitting well, you just don't see the ball as well. And got called out the first time the bases loaded. Good pitch by Doug Fister, and then right here outside corner, nice pitch by Scott Feldman. A lot of innings in between.
Second strikeout for Feldman since he's come on. The Orioles have struck out 14 times in this game. Rickard deep to left field. That's going to get down against the scoreboard. And Joey's flying around to second base as Kemp plays it back in. So there's a 1-out double for Rickard.
Yeah, Scott Feldman finds out what a lot of pitchers have found out is that Joey Rickard, if you get a fastball in the middle of the plate, very aggressive hitter. Good fastball hitter. Now, if you get it up and in and down and away, a little different. He doesn't miss that.
And on that chain link scoreboard out there, there's a little protective covering in front of that scoreboard. The ball just died.
Well, I think that's probably one of the ground rules they were talking about, and I would imagine very difficult as they're going to pitch around Manny Machado. And he sets up a double play. I mean, it's, you know, Manny's hitting better than Adam. Who do you want to pitch to? I mean, obviously, it's Adam Jones.
Well, the double play chance as big in this as well.
Yeah. Oh no, that's what I'm saying. That's what you set up. Take the bat out of the Orioles' best all-around hitter, and then you, not that Adam can't hit, because already with the hit tonight, I'd love to get another one.
Well, I would say that Adam is due against Feldman. He was 2 for 22 against him.
Well, so now A.J. Hinch, obviously, who manages the Astros, paying attention. And I know, it's funny. It tells me that Feldman makes good pitches. He doesn't see the ball, whatever the dynamic is. But I always got nervous when you may not know exactly the numbers, but you know who you get out and who you don't.
And he bounces it in there.
See, that is textbook as far as blocking balls by Jason Castro. Ball had no possible chance of getting by him. And you collapse in front of it, center it with your body. That's exactly what he did.
Throw behind Rickard. Joey gets back in. Fred Gibson, the umpire, making the call, and he's dusting off the base. Veteran Altuve trying to get inside his head. Joey's got a pretty big lead with Altuve standing on the base. Now back the other way, off the screen. Adam has one hit tonight. He's 1 out of 5. Single to center field in the 8th inning.
And their outfield does play shallow. That's the center fielder and right fielder. Of course, they can both go get it. Kemp, the left fielder, second baseman, playing left field.
Got a hanger, he fouled it off.
Yeah, when you don't stay back and you're not seeing the ball, it's very hard to take that pitch to the opposite field. You're always kind of around it. Now, if you bring that ball in about 4 inches, it becomes hittable. But away, tough to really put a good swing on.
So Adam down in the count, 1-2. Tie-breaking run at second, and Rickard. Machado at first, 1 down. Gets a piece to foul it off and stay alive. Five extra inning home runs for Adam to take leads with the Orioles.
Well, I know the game that they won down here last year was a home run off Chad Qualls. I don't think that was extra innings. It was like a 7th or 8th inning home run.
And he wouldn't chase.
Well, I like the fact that he got jammed on the pitch before, because it tells me he's just trying to take the ball back up the middle. That's a great way sometimes to get some base hits. Saw the Angels do it on a number of occasions over the weekend.
So 2-2 the count. Davis waits on deck. Fights it off. The other part of the strategy here, not only is Jones 2 for 22 against Feldman, but A.J. Hinch is well aware of that. Adam leads the Orioles in bouncing into double plays. So you get a ground ball candidate. Plus, if you do get the 2, the inning ends. And Adam about to see the 7th pitch in what is turning out to be a tough at-bat as he battles Feldman. Feldman looks Rickard back. That may have been the smallest lead Joey had since he's been out there, and that's the first time Feldman's looked his way other than that one pickoff attempt.
Well, because of the shift, Altuve's playing almost right behind him.
2-2 on Jones. Fouled off the other way. It's got to be frustrating for Feldman. He just can't put him away. So this would be the 8th pitch coming up. He's fouled off 5 pitches in this at bat. Another throw back, almost in the center field. Altuve with a save.
Yeah, because the Rickard gets down in his slide, Altuve's able to catch it because the ball goes above his head. If it's a little bit lower, it's probably going to hit off his body.
Altuve looked like a soccer goalie there, making the lunge at it. Adam Jones awaiting the 8th pitch in this at-bat. Trying to break this 2-2 tie. 2 on and 1 out. Fouled it off again. 6 foul balls in this at-bat. Here's the pitches in this at-bat. They're all in the zone.
Yeah, the other thing, Scott Feldman is not 6'8" like Fister, but he's 6'7". So the angle.
Got him on a slow breaking ball.
Yeah, perfect pitch. Tenacious pitching by Scott Feldman. Finally made the perfect pitch down and away. He's always had a great curveball. He brings starter stuff to the relief role. Adam certainly had a gritty at bat.
9 pitches it took Feldman to get Adam Jones. So here's Chris Davis, first and second, 2 down now. Astros again employing the shift on Davis. Breaking ball fouled off the other way.
I was talking to A.J. Hinch last year, and I said, how do you decide how you obviously have your advanced scouts, but how do you decide where you're going to shift? And he said, well, we look at obviously where guys hit balls, but we also look at the angle of the bat as it comes through the zone. And it's very difficult because Chris Davis has a uppercut swing for him to actually hit it, a ground ball to the left side. And that's one of the reasons they put such a pronounced shift on. And that's a cutter right underneath his hands. And if you can command the ball, and Scott Feldman, when he's pitching well, certainly has been able to do that over the years. Tough to hit.
Rickard and Machado second and first, now with 2 men down. Just got a piece.
Another little cutter inside. We're sitting up here and we go, geez, if he could just hit a ground ball to shortstop, nobody's playing there. There's the cut fastball. And through that tight spin, it just kind of cuts in under his hand. But again, it's hard for him to do that because of the uppercut swing.
And he got him. Big breaking ball that Davis swings through, and the Orioles strand 2 more, 3 strikeouts in the inning. We head to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 2. In the Oriole bullpen called up today from AA Bowie, 28-year-old, 7 years in the minor leagues, 75 games alone at AA Bowie. 2016, 18 games so far, 1-1, 2.42 ERA out of Little Rock, Arkansas, where Brooksy's from.
Oh, yeah.
5th round pick back in 2009, and he's sitting out there wondering, will I get in this game? Here's Michael Gibbons. Now here's the test, Jim. You mentioned Gibbons against the lefties.
Well, a lot of it's command issues, you know, they see the ball. You know, deceptive against righties. They see the ball a long time if you're a lefty. You need to make better pitches. When he gets in trouble, it's like all of us. You know, no matter how hard you throw, if you get behind guys or you leave balls in the middle of the plate, a lot of major league hitters will not miss those pitches.
There's a strike, 1-1.
You know, he has the changeup, but it's not a pitch that is as good. You know, if you rank his pitch, fastball, slider, and down the rung is the change.
Shows bunt, takes a strike. So showing bunt against the shift, and he hit the corner.
It was smarter to do that early on the first strike. Machado just runs right back to where he was.
Just outside. Michael Feliz is now getting loose.
Yeah, does he got an arm? Fastball changeup pitcher, big guy, 6'5", right-hander.
So with their closer already in and out of the game, if this game continues, it looks like we may get Feliz. And he struck him out. 95 and got it by him.
Well, nice job by Michael Gibbons.
So Gibbons has faced 5 batters. He's retired all 5, and here is Colin Moran, the rookie. And he'll look at strike 1. Broken bat bloop. Davis back on it. Can't quite get it. Nice effort by Chris.
Yeah, a little jam shot, and then it's out of his reach. Picking up the splinters at home plate. Gaining the youth, the home plate umpire. I don't know. He said he couldn't see well. He just picked up all those little splinters from the jam bat. He had him with the bat boy.
0-2. And doesn't chase. Two game in the 12th. This is a hitter you got to go right at.
Well, yeah, but now you're 2-2. So you know, the other thing of that is that the more pitches a hitter hits or gets to see, usually the better it allows him to hit, unless you make great pitches. You go from 0-2, he's now seeing 3 ensuing pitches, so he can pick up the spin and the velocity. And
strike 3 called. Gibbons back-to-back Ks in this inning. He has 4 since coming on.
And Moran's got 4 too now. Just can't quite get it going.
Gibbons needs to get 1 more out to give the Orioles another shot. Marwin Gonzalez, his first at bat. He pinch ran for Valbuena in the 10th. Breaking ball stays outside. Gonzalez from this side of the plate is batting just 197. He was batting 265 as a right-handed batter. Weak ground ball to second. Scope will throw out Gonzalez, and on we go. Good job by Michael Gibbons. He's retired all 7 batters he faced. The last 2 innings, 3 up, 3 down. On to the 13th, tied at 2. Gosman fan has had it. Dad, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when the Orioles win. 2-2 game as we go to the 13th. And here is Michael Phillies to come on.
Yeah, hard throwing right-hander fastball in the mid-90s. Slider changeup. Changeup exceptional. And he actually throws a lot of strikes. I was looking at it. I mean, fastball, he throws almost 70% of the time for a strike. With good velocity, high ERA though, so we'll see how the Orioles can do that. Look at that, 26 strikeouts in 17 innings, and yet throws the ball over the plate. Home runs, 3 of them.
Got into 5 games last year. He'll face Trumbo leading off here in the 13th. Caleb Joseph will follow, and then Alvarez. A little bit low, 1-0. Feliz has never faced any of the Orioles on their active roster. Trumbo's better cuts of the night, but he fouled it straight back. Dylan Bundy's now getting loose.
Well, you're kind of hoping that maybe he's going to be a little bit more predictable than the rest of the pitchers. I mean, the stuff, I mean, really for both bullpens has just been outstanding. They've all made great pitches. There's a slider.
The Orioles have struck out 16 times in this game.
So they made what,
36 outs, right?
33, yeah, 36 outs. It's gone longer than I expected.
So 36 outs, 16 by strikeout.
Left 11, I believe. The scoreboard says.
Twice they've left the bases loaded. Boy, that's a good take. Wow.
Well, just think how many pitches Dana DeMuth has had to see behind the plate. Got this one right, though. Big guy at the plate. Ball a little bit low. Got to look fastball here. Hit off a 95, 96. And you know Mark Trumbo can drive balls.
Kemp is very deep in left. Marisnick about straight away in center.
Well, they say, and we haven't seen a lot of Jake Marisnick in center, but they said he's as good as any outfielder in the big leagues. Rangy, tall, can throw, having trouble hitting.
And Trumbo down on strikes.
Yeah, up and away, and kept it out of the middle of the plate after a good swing on the previous pitch. I'm not sure this is by design, but it certainly works that out. Just here's my best fastball. Happens to get in a great spot. Trumbo swings right through it.
Caleb Joseph will bat for a first time tonight. He is 0 for his last 12. Good cut, fouled off the mask of Jason Castro. A little bit low, good take. The Orioles in this game are 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but neither of those hits drove in a run. There was the Scope base hit in the 9th inning with Wieters on at second, deep third that Moran fielded but had no play. There's a chopper foul. And then early in the game in the 2nd inning, when it was 1st and 2nd and 2 men down, Scope singled in the right field, but Trumbo was held at 3rd. So 2 for 9, but neither of the hits have driven in a run. The Orioles' 2 runs on the solo home runs were both leadoff home runs. A little bit low, ball 3.
That is a good take, because that was a well-thrown slider, and somehow he didn't chase it. Yeah, Caleb Joseph's power, and we'll see if he gets a fastball, is down and it's inside half. See if he ends up getting another 3-2 fastball in that zone. Yeah, but that was up and in.
Michael Feliz out of the Dominican Republic. Signed with the Astros in 2010, so he's been a career Astro. He's brought along very, very slowly. Strike 3 called to Feliz.
Make it strikeout number 18. Oh, if you could bottle this pitch, the low and away fastball at 95.
Caleb thought it was low. So here is Pedro Alvarez, who is 1 for 4 plus a walk. He homered in the 5th inning. Ball 1 outside. After Feliz signed in 2010, the Astros kept him in the Dominican. Britton and Bundy. Britton if the O's get a lead, Bundy if not.
Yeah, they also let him start in the minor leagues, which is a sensible thing to do. That's a change-up. He's got a good one. He never was very wild. One of the most innings he pitched in any one year, what, 102? And 2/3, that's about 3 years ago, only walked 37.
Pedro was right on that one.
98. Well, he will turn 23 at the end of June. So he's a youngster.
1-2 on Alvarez. 2 outs and nobody on in this 2-2 game in the 13th. And he got him. Orioles go down 3 up, 3 down. All 3 struck out by Michael Feliz. We head to the bottom of the 13th, tied at 2. $2-8-0 for the O's, 2-6-1 for the Astros. And here's Dylan Bundy, Jim, to come on and try to keep this game going.
Yeah, last period on Sunday where he had his probably the most difficulty. I actually thought he had the best velocity of the year, but ended up pitching an inning and a third, gave up 4 hits, one of them a 3-run home run. So, fastball, curveball, changeup. Pitcher. You can see righties hitting him at 355. So young pitcher, not a lot of innings. In one of those situations he's never been in before. Extra innings here in Houston, 2-2 ball game.
The Orioles have now struck out 19 times in this game, which is a season high. Here's Kemp taking ball 1. The previous high was 15, April the 11th in Boston. That was the Red Sox home opener, a game that was started by David Price. Tight ball 2. And a strike. And another strike.
Yeah, so Kemp gets to see 4 straight fastballs, and nicely presented by Caleb Joseph on the outside corner.
And he fouls it off to stay alive.
Yeah, it looks like Tony Kemp is very happy to just, if you pitch him away, serve it that way. Just poke that one, just missed a double by
center field. Adam Jones back on it. That ball carries way out there, and he can't get to it. Kemp is flying around second base. He's going to head to third, and he has a leadoff triple.
Well, I guess if he gets a ball in the middle of the plate, he doesn't want to poke it. That's another ball. It's a home run at Camden Yards, but here. Again, you're not playing him that deep. Adam Jones can't run it down, and by the time he gets a handle on it, Kemp easily into third base. Who do you want to pitch to? They're going to walk Springer.
Well, they'll probably load the bases so they get the force at the plate.
But does that put a lot of pressure on Dylan Bundy?
Absolutely.
And then you're going to get Correa if you end up doing that. I mean, Altuve already second most hits in the American League, waiting on Dak.
So there goes Springer to first.
And you're right. I think they're putting up 4. They are going to walk him. If they pass that new rule, you just say, I want to walk him. I want to. Just a new rule they're anticipating.
Well, the Orioles have had their chances in this game. They've left 11 men on. Twice they've left the bases loaded. Each time they loaded the bases, it was with 2 down and could not get a base hit. So back-to-back intentional walks to set up the force at the plate. And Buck is going to come out to talk strategy with the infielders and with the pitcher Bundy and the catcher Joseph. Of course, you got to cut down the run at the plate or the game's over. So any ball hit to an infielder, we'll see how they line up defensively, will have to come to the plate. Carlos Correa.
And Dylan Bundy, not actually, this is going to be his 18th inning and only 9 strikeouts, so he's not a strikeout guy. He really hasn't had enough experience because of all the injuries. So you know what Correa's trying to look for. He's looking for something to get in the air. The outfielders will come in to a point where they can catch a line drive and still have a play at the plate. And Kemp can run at third. And because of the leadoff triple and loading the bases, as we said, a lot of pressure on Dylan Bundy. It's like get Correa out and you got to be perfect. That's hard to do. He doesn't have to get a base hit.
Now back the other way. Ball and a strike on Correa, who is 0 for 5 and 0 for his last 15.
So we know about the outfield, and I would think that it might even play a little shallower only because of the speed factor of Tony Kemp. Because if you hit a line drive out there, you got to be in a position where you can catch it, and he may not go.
And there's a base hit to center field, and the Astros win it. Kemp comes around to score, and a tough loss for the Orioles in the opener of this series. It goes 13 innings, and the Astros snap their 4-game losing streak with a 3-2 13-inning win. And the leadoff triple comes around the score on the base hit for Carlos Correa, who breaks his 0 for 15 with that walk-off base hit. Tough game in the opener of this series. Well, we hope you can join us again tomorrow. More Orioles action. Game 2 in this 3-game series. Tyler Wilson will go for the O's. Colin McHugh will be on the mound for the Astros. Our coverage on Masson begins at 7:30 with O's Extra presented by Jeep. And then game coverage at 8 o'clock. Once again, our final score in 13 innings. The Astros walk it off. Houston 3 and Baltimore 2. Tonight's telecast has been a Masson presentation. And now for Jim Palmer, our entire crew, Jim Hunter saying so long from Houston. Stay tuned now. Tom and Rick, O's Extra presented by PNC comes your way right now. Tough night for the O's in the opener of the series.